Good morning, everyone. Now we are going to start 2020 International Symposium for Hwaseong Wetlands, hosted by City of Hwaseong and EAFP, organized by the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Cultural Heritage Administration, and Hansted Foundation, and the Birth Korea and KFEM. I am the MC for today, Yoo Si-hyun. I am ambassador of Hwaseong City. As you know very well, due to the COVID-19, today's symposium will be aired and held online. Those speakers living in Korea and the international speakers living in Korea were able to join the symposium on hand. However, the overseas speakers will be met online. And there are other people who are joining the symposium. And for them, we prepared a small event. So please be with us until the very end. Today's symposium is third of its kind. Today we are going to deal with the Hwaseong Wetlands to communicate its values and importance around the world. And we will explore the best practice, use them to discuss out the management guideline of Hwaseong Wetland. And also, we are going to use the guideline to lay the foundation for future generation to use the current resources. And I believe this symposium is necessary and very important for all of us. I want to say this for sure. And today we are joined by the Hwaseong citizens. And also we have important VIPs. As a starter, I would like to invite Hwaseong City Mayor 서철모. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
It is a great pleasure to meet you all. I am Mayor 철모 서 of Hwaseong City. I find it very meaningful that Hwaseong International Symposium 2020 is being held today. I welcome you warm-heartedly. I like to convey my sincere gratitude to all presenters and panelists for their insightful analyses and studies on how to conserve the Hwaseong Wetlands and their value. I extend my warm welcome to all the participants who are visiting Hwaseong City to take part in the symposium. The climate crisis is quite severe. We have heat waves and floods causing severe damage all across the world. And even now, as we speak, numerous species are going extinct or are on the brink of extinction. Many experts say that the climate and biodiversity crisis may have contributed to the COVID-19 outbreak, which still poses a great threat to the entire world. The function of the wetlands in reducing this impact is gaining more importance nowadays. And we are putting in utmost efforts to find ways for coexistence of the two. We have signed MOUs with the EAFP, and we have conducted various surveys and have been carrying out various projects. We are also making efforts to designate the Hwaseong Wetlands as a Ramsar site at the COP meeting of the Ramsar Convention in 2021. We are continuing to make efforts to raise awareness of the values and importance of the Hwaseong Wetlands and will put forward a way for people to live in harmony with the wetlands. Maintaining a beautiful and healthy environment cannot be achieved by just a few people. And we need to work together. And I believe this is a very important occasion for us to come together and bring our wisdom together for this purpose. I hope this will serve as an opportunity for us to bring out lively discussions and policy ideas moving forward. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your welcoming remarks. Yes, we are putting together this program in a very difficult situation, and I believe the Mayor's welcome has acknowledged the hard work that we have put in to put together this conference. We have many people who are congratulating this symposium, and we'd like to ask a few people to share their congratulatory remarks. And our first speaker with the congratulatory remarks will be delivered by Mr. Lee Jae-up, who is a member of the youth club that has conducted various surveys for the Hwaseong Wetlands. Please welcome him up to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lee Jae-up, a youth representative for this symposium. Please get closer to the microphone. Thank you, and I would like to say greetings to all the participants. I was involved in the survey and the keeping activities in the Korean wetland. This year, I was involved in the Hwaseong Wetland investigation. Hwaseong Wetland was very different from urban environment and in terms of ecosystem. I know that the migratory birds take Hwaseong Wetland as a resting place in their journey, and also they are the places to give peace and calm to the people tired of their daily lives. And the Hwaseong Wetland was very attractive, and I liked it. I want to show this beautiful Hwaseong Wetland not for me, my generation, but to the next generation. However, Hwaseong Wetland has been suffering from the reclamation and development projects. As such, I am feared that the Hwaseong Wetland will be known as just an ordinary field. What can I do for this? I can pick up the garbages, I can reduce the use of plastics and vinyls, or save the water. That will be my small efforts can be done in my daily lives. However, my activities are very limited as a student for environmental conservation. I don't have power to stop the development project. There are a lot of animals and the threatened migratory birds. I hope I cannot come up with the policies to protect the land and the animals. So taking this opportunity, I would like to ask the adults to protect the Hwaseong Wetlands. Natural conservation is not an easy job. However, we cannot just sit idle to see the disappearance of the wetlands because that will wreak a heavy toll on us. Hwaseong Wetland is not for our immediate benefit. We watch the migratory birds over here to see into the future, and also we put our perseverance and efforts to pass down the beautiful lands to the next generation. Birds will survive here, and as a human, we can enjoy our lives and enjoy nature in this wetland. Just watching and sitting idle will not get anything for us. Today's International Symposium will be a venue for all of us to come up with the actions that we can do immediately. Once again, I would like to say thank you to all the participants from home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Lee Jae-up. He fell in love with the nature by doing the survey activities. So he wanted to do his individual activities, and also he wants to collect activities from many people that will work out for our goal. I hope all the people all the participants to join our efforts to protect the wetlands.
Now we would like to invite the members of the National Assembly representing the Hwasong area. We have member 송옥주, 이원욱, and 권칠승 sending their congratulatory remarks to celebrate.
안녕하세요. 경기 화성갑 출신 국회 환경노동위원장 송옥주입니다. 2020년 화성습지 국제심포지엄 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 코로나19로 어려움이 많은 가운데서 행사 개최를 위해 여러분들이 도움을 주셨습니다. 행사를 주최해 주신 서철모 화성시장님, EAAFP 사무국의 더구 와킨스 대표님, 그리고 함께 도움 주신 환경운동연합과 화성환경운동연합, 새와 생명의 터 관계자 여러분들의 노고에 진심으로 감사 말씀드립니다. 오늘 행사의 부제가 화성습지 뜨거운 지구에 쉼표를 더하다인데요. 실제로 습지는 이산화탄소를 저장해 지구온난화를 억제하는 역할을 합니다. 그리고 오염물질을 분해하는 자연의 정화조 역할도 하고요. 물을 저장해 홍수 예방 기능도 하고 있습니다. 그래서 습지는 기후위기를 겪고 있는 우리에게 쉼표 이상의 중요한 가치가 있다고 생각됩니다. 우리 화성의 자랑인 화성습지는 앞서 말씀드린 습지의 가치뿐만 아니라 생물 다양성도 매우 훌륭합니다. 천연기념물과 멸종위기 중 수십 종의 희귀 철새가 확인되고 있고요. 최근에는 멸종위기 야생동물 일부인 수원 청개구리가 발견되면서 우수한 자연가치를 인정받았습니다. 남사르 습지 등재와 국가 습지 보호지역 지정의 속도를 내고 있습니다. 이번 심포지엄을 통해 화성습지의 우수한 가치가 널리 알려질 수 있기를 바라며 동시에 어떻게 하면 잘 보존할 수 있는지 깊이 있게 논의될 수 있기를 바랍니다. 자연환경을 지키는 것이 곧 인간의 삶을 지키는 것이라고 생각합니다. 국회 환경노동위원장으로서 현재와 미래 세대의 삶을 지키기 위해 화성습지 보존에 많은 노력을 기울이겠습니다. 다시 한번 2020년 화성습지 국제심포지엄 개최를 축하드리며 행사에 참석하고 도움 주신 모든 분들께 무한한 발전이 함께하기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요.
Hello
화성 출신
everyone.
국회 과학기술정보방송통신위원장 이원욱입니다. 2020 화성습지 국제심포지엄 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 화성습지는 생태적 보전 가치가 매우 높은 지역으로 인정받고 있습니다. 2018년 국제철새 서식지로 등재되었고 최근엔 남사르 습지 지정도 추진되고 있습니다. 화성습지를 사람과 동물 그리고 자연이 만나는 청정지역으로 보존해야 합니다. 화성습지를 보호하고 지켜나가는데
nature and animal human meets as one of the Hwasong citizens. I would like to do my best efforts to protect the Hwasong wetland. Thank you.
안녕하십니까. 화성병 더불어민주당 국회의원 권칠승입니다. 오늘 2020년 화성습지 국제심포지엄 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 오늘 행사를 위해 노력해 주신 화성시와 EAFP 관계자분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 오늘 심포지엄에 참석해 주신 분들께도 감사의 마음을 전합니다. 화홍지구에 위치한 화성습지는 독특한 생태계를 자랑하는 곳입니다. 지난 10월에는 멸종 위기 야생생물인 수원 청개구리가 발견되었고 국제 철새 서식지로 지정되기도 했습니다. 자연은 인간 탄생의 근원지이자 우리가 함께 살아가야 할 소중한 삶의 동반자입니다. 따라서 아름다운 화성습지의 보존은 인간과 자연 상생의 밑거름이 될 것입니다. 특히 습지는 자정작용, 각종 야생동물의 서식처, 하천 수질 보호, 홍수 피해 방지 등 우리에게 큰 역할을 합니다. 이번 2020년 화성습지 국제심포지엄을 통해 습지 보존 대책과 관리 지침에 대한 수립이 시작되었으면 좋겠습니다. 다시 한번 2020년 화성습지 국제심포지엄 개최를 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your comments. We are actually really working very hard. These three members of the National Assembly are working very hard to put the discussions of getting the best benefits of conservation forward. Now we'd like to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Jung Seung-man from the South Gyeonggi Province Fisheries Corp. So
반갑습니다.
let's meet him.
경기남부지역조합장 정승만입니다.
Also on video.
화성습지 뜨거운
Yes, good
지구의
morning.
쉼표를 더하라는 주제로
I would
최근
like to
대두되고 있는
congratulate the
환경
opening
문제와
of the
더불어
2020
우리
International
어민들을
Symposium for
위해서도
Wetlands. I
심도 깊은
believe that the
토론을
discussions
이어갈 수 있는
taking
자리라
place
생각돼
at the
이번
symposium will also
국제심포지엄
benefit
축사를
many of
뜻깊게
the
생각하고
fishermen
있습니다.
working in living in the
이산화탄소와
Hwaseong
미세먼지
area.
등 대기 오염으로
CO2
인해
emissions,
뜨거워지고
the fine
있는
dust
지구를 위한
pollution,
대안으로
and the
그동안
rise of global
생각해오던
temperature
열대
are
우림
all
같은
adding
녹지의 그린
the
카본보다
climate change.
우리 화성습지 같은 연안 생태계를 아울러 이르는 블루카본 생태계가 각광받고
carbon
있다고 생각합니다.
ecosystems, including the
화성습지
Hwaseong
같은
Wetlands, will
블루카본
be a
생태계의
very
탄소
effective
흡수율이
solution to fight
월등히 높을
climate
뿐만
change.
아니라 그린 카본에 비해 탄소 흡수 속도가 최대 50배에 달한다고 합니다.
The wetlands observe
대기
about
정화에
50 times
상한을
more
보여줘
carbon
기후
dioxide
위기에
than the green
효과적이고
carbon storage
근본적인 대응
functions.
체계로서의 가치가
This
있습니다.
shows how valuable the
화성습지는
wetlands
남양만
are.
일대에 만든 방조제를 사이에 두고 연안습지인 갯벌과 연습지인
In
안쪽을
Hwaseong area,
화성으로 생태가
we
살아나
have
그
the
속에
갯벌 area
철새들이
and the
쉼터가 생겨나고
marshlands, which
수많은
serve as
철새들이
important
중간
habitats for the
시찰지로서
migratory birds
저어새 등의 서식지로
as they stop over
광새와 흑드럼류의
during their
월동지로
flight.
자연이 우리에게
The
새로운
wetlands also serve
가능성을
as
보여준
the
곳입니다. 아울러 이러한
resting
조류
areas and the
활동은
resting areas
그
for the
안에 다양한
birds.
어종과
The
생물종들이
area is also a
살아있음을
habitat
직접적으로
for various
확인할 수 있는
fisheries
지표로
and other living
자연의
organisms.
산물로 생업을 이어가는 우리
And because of
어민들에게도
these various
소중한
living organisms,
어부의 보고가
fishermen like
되어줄
myself
것입니다.
can
우리 모두에게
continue
자연과
a
더불어
very healthy
살아갈 수
livelihood.
있도록 다시 한번 기회가 주어진
So I
것으로
believe we
이
all
기회를
benefit
전환점 삼아
from conserving
화성습지의
the wetlands
역간척 등 다양한 방법을 통해
and through
재자연화하는
reverse
과정을
reclamation and other measures.
고민해보고
I hope
자연의
that the
선물을
wetlands can be
받아들일
protected,
준비가
the
필요할
ecosystems
것으로
be
생각합니다.
restored, so that
소중한
we
우리
can,
자연이 그
the
가치를
nature
인정받아
and human can
내년에는
both benefit from each
화성습지가
other.
남산습지로
We sincerely
등재되어
hope that
그
in
보호
year
가치를
2021,
국제적으로
Hwaseong Wetlands
인정받을
will
수
be
있기를
designated as a Ramsar
소망합니다.
site.
또한
And we will work together
생태계 보존과
to
녹지 보존으로
support those efforts.
시민들과 자연이
Along with the
공존하는
citizens,
에코 도시를
We
만들어
will work
환경의
to
가치를
make
지켜
Hwaseong City an
도시
eco city.
경쟁력을 높이고자 하시는 서철모
And we
화성시장님의
strongly
노력에도
support the
감사를
efforts of our
드립니다.
Mayor Seo in achieving this
화성습지를
goal.
체계적이고 지속 가능한 방법으로 보존하기
I'd also
위해서
like to
지역 사회의
thank all the
어민들과 함께
experts who are working
조화롭게
to promote
상생할
the
수 있는
systemic
방안을 마련할 수 있도록 우리
conservation and
지역도
restoration
노력해 나갈
project
것입니다.
for the wetlands at
더욱
Hwaseong.
추워지는 날씨와 상황을 예측할 수 없는 코로나 시국에
In
건강
this
유의하시길 바라며
COVID situation, I wish everyone the best of health,
허심탄회하고
and I
건설적인
hope
토론이
that today's discussions will
화성습지를
be fruitful,
미래의 삶이자
constructive,
쉼터로
so that
자리매김할 수 있는
Hwaseong can be a
소중한
better
축복이
place
될 것이라 기대합니다.
for everyone, including
감사합니다.
the birds. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 이
Thank you.
화성시와
Today's symposium is co-hosted by the City of Hwaseong and
환경부 장관,
EAFP.
환경부
EAFP stands for the East Asia and Australasian Flyway Network, and this network is established to protect migratory birds. Now, I would like to invite the Chief Executive of EAFP, Mr. Doug Watkins.
Mr. Chol Mo So, Hwaseong Mayor, Mr. Myung Rae Cho, Minister of Environment, Mr. Yul Hwa, Co-President of KFEM Hwaseong, and Dr. Bernard Seliger, representative of Hans Seidel Foundation Career Office. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the representative of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, it is a great honour to be here with you today and co-host the 2020 International Symposium for Hwaseong Wetlands in Hwaseong City. I'd like to express my genuine appreciation to Hwaseong City and especially Mayor So for tirelessly advocating for the protection of Hwaseong Wetlands since the site became an East Asian Australasian Flyway Network site in late 2018. We have made solid progress to build relations with Hwaseong City since then, signing an MOU in May. Some of our joint activities include developing collaborative projects for the conservation of migratory waterbirds in the East Asian Australasian flyway, and particularly our target species. These include Far Eastern curlew, black-faced spoonbill, great knot, oriental stork, and the scaly-sided merganser that was observed for the first time in Hwaseong Wetlands this year. We've implemented the MOU in multiple ways under the leadership of Dr. Niall Moores, KFEM, Hwaseong KFEM, and Hwaseong City officials, including the implementation of monthly monitoring surveys, sponsorship of an Indonesian Far Eastern curlew project, development of the National Far Eastern Curlew Network, and local community engagement. These activities have helped to foster awareness of the importance of Hwaseong Wetlands locally, nationally, and in the flyway. And I can't thank Hwaseong City enough for their commitment to wetland protection. I congratulate Hwaseong City for the remarkable progress they have made in changing the perception of the Hwaseong Wetlands in a very short period of time. Under our partnership framework, we will be providing ongoing support to the Hwaseong project and all related activities. The theme for today's symposium, Getting the Benefits of Conservation, Hwaseong Wetlands, aligns with the mission of the EAFP to conserve migratory waterbirds, ensure sustainable management of their habitats, and support the livelihoods of local communities dependent on these habitats. Our message for the symposium is that wetlands connect all of us and that we can coexist with nature simultaneously with protecting livelihoods, migratory waterbirds, and their habitats. Through this symposium, we hope to discuss how we can achieve this goal for Hwaseong Wetlands. Before concluding my remarks, I would also like to share my impressions of Hwaseong Wetland based on my first visit to the site after joining the Secretariat. On visiting Hwaseong Wetlands, I felt its connectivity to the tidal flats in my home country of Australia. The Far Eastern curlew migrates to Australia each year for the Australian summer before returning to nest in the Russian Far East. On this journey, one of the key staging sites is the Hwaseong Wetland. I also see farmers working to grow crops on the edges of the wetland, and this reminds me of the lives of my father and brother, who were both farmers. Wetlands provide a wealth of services and can coexist with careful management. Keeping this in mind, I would like to highlight the importance of conserving our flyway network sites in the international context and the critical role of your support in conserving Hwaseong Wetlands, its migratory waterbirds, and other services it provides. Next year, the AFP Secretariat will work to bring together Hwaseong Wetlands with one of Australia's flyway network sites through our sister site program, and to enhance activities for the newly established Far Eastern Curlew Network in the Republic of Korea. In the long term, we also expect this network to expand to include sites in the DPR Korea. To achieve this long-term mission, we also need the help of the Hans Seidel Foundation, a sponsor of this important symposium, and now sitting here with us in the audience. Thank you also to the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries, and the Cultural Heritage Administration for sponsoring this event. In closing, let me thank all of you here today for your commitment to protecting migratory birds in this important wetland. It is my great honour to be with you today, and I look forward to hearing more positive stories about Hwaseong Wetlands in the future. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 더구 와키슨 대표님 축사였습니다. 자, 다음 순서는
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to move on to congratulatory remarks of the joint representative of the Hwaseong KFEM. Christianity, Catholic, and Buddhist communities have joined forces to protect our environment. And today we have Il-hwa from the Buddhist community to deliver his congratulatory remarks.
저희
Yes, the KFEM Hwaseong are led by joint leadership. We have a Catholic priest, and a Christian church pastor, and myself as the leaders, joint leaders. And today I am joining you as a representative of everyone in our community. This universe is a combination of all things. You need one thing for the other to survive, and if one diminishes, then the other will diminish as well, because it is all connected, it is all in unison. So everything that we see around us, be it small or big, has its own intrinsic value and significance. Nothing precedes the other, nothing is less than the other. They all contribute to each other's well-being, and that we call coexistence. The city of Hwaseong works under the theme of cheerful Hwaseong. And until very recently, Hwaseong actually faced numerous challenges. However, the city has worked very hard to restore its environmental problems. And I believe this has only been possible due to the strong efforts of our mayors, the present and the past, and the people at the city government working together. I'd like to take this opportunity to give Mayor Seo a big round of applause for his dedication in this aspect.
하느님이나 예수님이나 부처님이나
God, Jesus, Buddha all loved life. And I believe whichever religion you believe in, the importance of life, the significance of life remains the same. No matter how small the life is, it is to be valued. Any tortured or suffering organism or life needs to be taken care of. As humans, we owe it to the nature to work in this regard. If we destroy nature out of personal greed, if we sicken the nature, that in turn will harm the livelihood of men, of humans. If nature suffers, then humans also suffer. This symposium gathers people who believe that we must all work together to save each other instead of pursuing individual greed or profits. So I'd like to once again urge that we all live and work to protect life and to honor everything around us. I'd like to take also this opportunity to thank everyone who have worked very hard to put together this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you for your congratulatory remarks. We have one final congratulatory message from the Minister of Environment, Minister
환경부 장관
조명래.
조명래입니다. 화성습지
Hello, I am
보존과
Jo Myung-rae,
현명한
the
이용
Minister of
방안을
Environment.
모색하기 위한
We are
2020
gathered for the
화성습지
2020
국제심포지엄
International
개최를
Symposium for
진심으로
Hwaseong Wetlands
축하드립니다.
for the wetland conservation
우리 정부가
and wide
1999년
use. In
습지 보존법을
1999, the Korean
제정하여
government
전국
enacted the Wetland
습지조사,
Protection
습지 보호 지역
Act.
지정 등
And so with that, wetland survey and protection activities have done for the last 20 years. 창녕, 우포 wetland as well as 43 other wetlands are designated as a national wetland, and more than 2,500 wetlands exist in Korea. Wetlands are needed for the resting place and cleaning place for the flora and fauna.
습지는 뜨거운 지구에 쉼표를 더하는 역할을 합니다.
Give us the
올해는 전
benefit
세계가
of
기후
conservation.
위기와 코로나19를
This year we have seen the
생태적
damages
위기가
done by the
얼마나
climate
이상을
changes
위협할 수
and
있는지를 알게
COVID-19
되었습니다.
directly
우리는
experiencing
자연의 답이 있음을 잘 알고 있으며
damages by
자연과
the
조화롭게 사는
natural
것에
disasters.
더
So
많은
we have to
관심을
focus
가지게
and
되었습니다.
interest more in
그중에서도
coexistence
생물
with the
다양성의
nature.
보고인 습지는
Among
미래
other things,
세대까지
wetland,
잘
the
보존돼야 할
place for the
매우
diversity
중요한
has to be
자연
conserved and passed
오늘
down to the next
심포지엄의
generation.
주제인 화성습지는 농지 조성을
화성
위한
wetland
간척 사업이
has
30년
been
가까이 이루어지고 있고
reclaimed for 30 years
2017년에는
for agricultural
수원군 공항
purposes, and in
예비 이전 후보지로도
2017,
선정되었다고
the
알고
place was
있습니다.
designated as a
아무쪼록
primary
오늘
candidate place for
국제심포지엄이
the Incheon
화성습지의 역사를
Suwon
되돌아보고
airport.
장기적
Now,
관점에서
taking this
화성습지의
opportunity, let
미래에
us
대해
review the
지자체,
past
지역 주민,
of the
시민단체가
place
함께
and
고민하며 지혜를 모으는
try
자리가
to
되기를
come up with
진정으로
the
바랍니다.
wisdom collectively
다시 한번
by
2020
the
화성습지
municipal government,
국제심포지엄
citizens,
개최를
and the civil
축하드리며
organizations.
함께하신
Once again,
모든
let me
분들이
congratulate
건강과
on
행운이
the hosting,
가득하시기를
opening of the
기원합니다.
International Symposium.
감사합니다.
I wish the very best and success for all of you. Thank you.
오늘 이렇게 축하의 말씀
Yes, thank you very much, Minister of the Environment. We have more people congratulating this symposium. We have many people who have sent in words of encouragement. I'd like to thank you all for your support. This symposium is being live broadcast via YouTube on the EAFP channel and also the channel of the Hwaseong Mayor. So not only the Hwaseong citizens, but people all around the world are joining us online. We have about 200 people online joining us. Can we ask everyone to maybe wave their hands to say hello? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Well, we have people from Hwaseong ICOOP, Hwaseong City Eco Center, 동탄 그물고 Co-op, 큰나래 Co-op, and 동탄 수수 꽃다리, Hwaseong City Ecotourism Corporation, Hwaseong Sustainable Development Association, and 너나들이 are some of the organizations that are joining us online. And we really hope that your efforts will bear fruit at the Ramsar site designation in 2021. For those joining us online via YouTube, we have a quiz for you, and you'll be seeing the quiz right now at the bottom of the YouTube channel page. So if you think you know the answers, please send them in via text message. But please just send in only the numerical answers for the question. So you've seen the question. If you think you know the answer, text us with the answer only in numbers, okay? So if you think the number is 1, just type in 1 at the text message. So there will be more questions along throughout the day, so please join us later on. Now we have a special event ready for you. We have appointed a goodwill ambassador for the Hwaseong Wetlands. The Hwaseong Wetlands is a home for far eastern curlews and black-faced spoonbills, all endangered birds. And because of these birds, we also need to protect the wetlands. And we feel that the goodwill ambassador for the Hwaseong Wetlands needed to be someone who fully supports this cause and will be able to carry out various activities for us. And we have appointed our singer Yoon Do-hyun as our goodwill ambassador for the Hwaseong Wetlands. So we would like to welcome Mr. Yoon Do-hyun and the mayor up to the stage.
네, 위촉 패를 옆으로 전달을 해주시고
Now the appointment plaque will be delivered to Mr. Yoon.
자, 위촉 패 전달 시겠습니다. 세계가 주목하는 화성습지의 중요성
For communicating the importance and value of Hwaseong Wetlands, globally enlisting it into Ramsar site, Mr. Yoon Do-hyun is appointed as a goodwill ambassador of Hwaseong Wetland. Your efforts will be of a great help. The Mayor Seo Chol-mo of Hwaseong City.
사진 꼭 찍어주시고요.
Yeah, we need to take a photo.
그리고 아무래도 그 음악을 통해서 또 다른 것들을 통해서 화성습지 활발한 홍보 활동 기대되는데
We look forward to his activities as an ambassador of Hwaseong Wetland. What do you feel of being appointed as an ambassador?
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good morning, everyone. I am vocal leader Yoon Do-hyun of YB Band.
우선 서철모 시장님
Thank you, Mayor Seo, for appointing me as the ambassador of Hwaseong Wetlands.
제가 매향리 연가라는 KBS 다큐멘터리를
I have been leading
습지에서 촬영을 하다가
a documentary related to the Hwaseong Wetland. At that time, I met the Mayor Seo, and we conversed in a very amicable way. And I believe that is starting point to lead me to this point. I never, actually, to be honest, I never knew that there was a Hwaseong Wetlands. And I didn't even know that the Hwaseong Wetlands was the place for the lives. I learned that while shooting the documentary. And Far East Kolu and the spoonbills were and other species were living there. And as we filmed the documentary, we found a very threatened species and the very rare species of frog during the process. And I knew that with that discovery, there is a highly likely for the Hwaseong Wetlands to be enlisted as a Ramsar site. So I am kind of celebrity, so I will try to make best efforts for the Hwaseong Wetlands to be accredited as the Ramsar site. And I think that the human and nature coexistence is very important. The earth is the place for our living, so I hope I can promote the importance of the place around the country and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Hwaseong has wetlands, it has also dinosaurs. So it's a place where history, nature, and future technology all combined work to make the area a better place. So I hope Hwaseong will become an even better city for all of its citizens. And with the active support of our goodwill ambassador, Mr. Yoon Do-hyun, we hoped to hear the good news of the Ramsar site designation of the Hwaseong Wetlands. Well, singer Yoon Do-hyun has actually has a song that goes very well with this occasion, so we'd like to take a few minutes to enjoy his music together.
준아, 네. 너무 좋다. 너무너무 좋다. 풀벌레 소리랑, 그다음에 바람에 흔들리는 갈대 소리. 그렇지. 가오로 제목을 안 부를 수가 없겠다.
우체국 앞에서 그대를 기다리다 노란 은행잎들이 바람에 날려가고 지나는 사람들 같이 저 멀리 가는 걸 보네. 세상에 아름다운 것들이 얼마나 오래 남을까. 한여름 소나기 쏟아져도 굳세게 버틴 꽃들과 지난 겨울 눈보라에도 우뚝 서 있는 나무들 같이 하늘 아래 모든 것이 저홀로 설 수 있을까. 가을 우체국 앞에서 그대를 기다리다 우연한 생각에 빠져 날 저물도록 몰랐네. 세상에 아름다운 것들이 얼마나 오래 남을까. 한여름 소나기 쏟아져도 굳세게 버틴 꽃들과 지난 겨울 눈보라에도 우뚝 서 있는 나무들 같이 하늘 아래 모든 것이 저홀로 설 수 있을까. 가을 우체국 앞에서 그대를 기다리다 우연한 생각에 빠져 날 저물도록 몰랐네. 날 저물도록
Yes, that was a very beautiful performance from Yoon Do-hyun. And you can see that the Hwaseong Wetlands are really beautiful. The guitar sounds, along with the singer's voice, the birds, the wind, and the water sounds, they all make a beautiful harmony. I really enjoyed the performance. Now we'd like to invite Professor Nick Davidson for his keynote speech. He really wanted to join us live, but because of time constraints, he had to pre-record his presentation. So he actually wanted to convey his sincere apologies for not being able to join us live at the event. Professor Nick Davidson is the EAFP's Technical Subcommittee Chair. He is also with the Institute for Land Water Society at the Charles Stewart University, Australia. He also worked with the Ramsar Convention as a Deputy Secretary General from year 2000 to 2014. He has been in charge of scientific, technological, and economical guidelines, advice and communications for the overall Ramsar Convention activities. So today he will be talking to us about the benefits, the importance and values of the wetlands to people. So please welcome Professor Nick Davidson.
Good morning. It's my great pleasure to speak to you in this very important symposium about your wetlands, about the importance and value of wetlands to people. And as you will see, they are very important and valuable indeed. I'm sorry I'm not able to speak to you in person. This will be through a recording because I'm based in the United Kingdom and it's in the middle of the night, UK time, when this presentation is taking place. I'm going to talk through, in general terms, the importance and benefits and values of wetlands to people, and then focus down on how this information may help you in your future planning for improving the management of the Hwaseong Wetlands. To start off, quite a lot of you will have heard this term ecosystem services. So what exactly are they? Essentially, they're the benefits that natural ecosystems provide to people. And what do wetlands provide to people? Well, in 2005, the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, the MA, coined this term and described these services as the benefits people obtain from ecosystems, and grouped these into 4 different categories of services: provisioning services like food and fresh water, regulating services like climate regulation, water purification, importantly, people's cultural services, recreation, tourism, spiritual and religious importance, and so on. And then supporting those, supporting services like nutrient cycling and so on. As part of the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, we produced a wetland and water synthesis report in 2005. And that, for the first time, came up with a coding of the relative importance of different ecosystem services delivered by different types of wetlands. This was a qualitative expert opinion summary of these types of services. Now, the image is hard to see, but across the top are different types of coastal wetlands. And we're talking about coastal wetlands for your wetlands. And the rows are the different types of services: food, fresh water, and so on. What I just want you to see is how many very large black blobs there are on this chart. The bigger the black blob, the more important that service is delivered by different coastal wetlands. Just some examples of major ecosystem service importance of different types of wetlands: estuaries and salt marshes. It's food, it's fisheries, and important spawning and nursery areas for fish and shellfish. Increasingly recognized is climate regulation and carbon dioxide storage in coastal wetlands, pollution control, storm protection, and spiritual, inspirational, and recreational opportunities. Mangroves, it's a similar pattern, but also providing fuel wood, timber, and so on. Building off the MA 2005 assessment, we did some further work on ecosystem services in wetlands, including looking at human-made wetlands as well as natural wetlands. And again, it's hard to see on this graphic, but the overall point I want to make is that these are inland wet natural wetlands, coastal natural wetlands, and then human-made wetlands. And you can see that human-made wetlands actually deliver a smaller range and a lower importance of ecosystem services than if you allow wetlands to occur and function naturally. So that's the overall importance of ecosystem services and the range of services delivered by our coastal wetlands and other wetlands. So how valuable are wetlands? There's still a lot of argument going on about whether economic valuation of wetlands is a good or a bad thing. And it's important to recognize that putting dollar values on the services provided by wetlands is only one part of the story. You cannot put a dollar value on a number of ecosystem services, particularly cultural services. So this is only part of the story, but it is an important part, I think, to think about and be aware of. In terms of economic value, if you walked out of the symposium and stopped passers-by in the street outside and asked them the question, what is the most valuable ecosystem in the world? What do you think most people would say? Well, what they would say almost certainly is tropical forests. Everybody knows tropical forests are incredibly valuable and important to people, and that is quite correct. But I want to show you a slightly different angle on that story in relation to wetlands. The TEEB, the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity process back in the 2010s, compiled information from all sources they could find about the unit area, the value per hectare of different ecosystems. And here's what they came up with, from open oceans through forests to wetlands. The important point to see is, where do wetlands lie? Rivers and lakes here, and then coastal wetlands, inland wetlands, and coral reefs down at the bottom here to the right-hand side of the scale. There's one important point for those of you who are mathematically minded, is to note that this scale along the bottom is a logarithmic scale. In other words, for every step up, that's a 10-fold increase in the number and the value of wetlands. Now, why was this graph presented in this way in the earlier work? Well, if you take the absolute dollar values, the story is very powerful indeed. You can barely see the value of forests and grasslands and woodlands and so on compared to the huge value per area of inland wetlands, particularly coastal vegetated wetlands and coral reefs. Building off that, we recently had a look at updating the worth of wetlands, the monetary values of wetlands, based on also new information about the areas of different types of wetlands. And that came up with some very important figures. All natural wetlands around the world have an annual value of a minimum of $47 trillion. That's huge. It's hard to imagine what that actually means, but it's a very, very big value. And that comes out for wetlands as overall twice the value of all forests. Inland wetlands are contributing $27 trillion. That's nearly 60% of the value of all wetlands, because inland wetlands, of course, cover much larger areas than coastal wetlands. But coastal wetlands, $20 trillion annually, 43% approaching half the value of all wetlands. But the important point here, and I'll come back to this, is that these figures probably include very little about the huge value we're now beginning to understand of what's called blue carbon storage in coastal wetland systems. And that means that our coastal wetlands, we now believe, are even more important than these values I'm presenting to you right now. So wetlands have a huge unit area and total monetary value. Coastal wetlands and inland wetlands together, it's 43% of the global value of all biomes, despite, as you can see, here's the area of biomes of oceans, terrestrial, inland and coastal, forming a very small proportion of the surface area of different biomes. So although there's only about 4% of the world is covered by wetlands, it's 43% of the value of all ecosystems. And it's really a lot of it about water, not unexpectedly. A high proportion of the monetary value for different types of wetlands comes through flood mitigation, water purification, storm surge buffering, and so on. And also, as I've just mentioned, carbon storage. But that is still, I think, being undervalued. Where is this value being delivered around the world? Well, as you can see on the right-hand graph, Asia is delivering a very big proportion of the global monetary value of wetlands. Your wetlands are hugely valuable to people. Just now stepping back, many of you will know of the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. And the convention was agreed on the 2nd of February 1971. It was amongst the first of the global environmental agreements between governments. That's almost 50 years ago. It was agreed by governments because then, in the 1970s, of increasing concerns over wetland loss and degradation and the impacts that was having on wetland-dependent species, particularly water birds. The convention set a goal in 1971, essentially to stem, in other words, stop the loss and degradation of wetlands now and in the future. Republic of Korea has been a contracting party, a government member of Ramsar since 1997. So, 50 years ago, goal of stopping destroying wetlands. Has the Ramsar goal been achieved? Have we been maintaining our wetlands? To deliver that goal agreed by all the governments of the world, given the major range of benefits and the big values to people and nature I have just shown you? Well, I'm afraid to say the answer is no. Why do we know that? Well, we know that for centuries there has been piecemeal conversion of natural wetlands. Here are just two examples from estuaries in the United Kingdom, where we have data going back centuries. This left top graph starts in 1500 AD, and you can see nibbling away progressively at the area of natural wetlands, converting them into reclaiming them as land for industry and housing and so on. Looking at long-term natural wetland loss, it's possible that from where records exist, we've managed to destroy about 87% of our wetlands since 1700 AD, in other words, in the last 3 centuries. And that is still, as I will show you, continuing with a 35% loss just since 1970. We do know that rates of loss in the 20th century were almost 4 times faster than historically. And the extent of losses seems to be greatest in Asia and Europe. If you look at rates of change over centuries, in previous centuries, relatively low rate of change, rate of conversion of wetlands. But if you look on the right-hand side and some of the red and yellow bars, much faster rates, particularly in Southeast Asia, because we have improved our technologies for reclaiming these difficult areas. So what's happened to wetlands since the Ramsar Convention came into place? In summary, areas of natural wetlands have progressively declined through deliberate drainage and conversion, and that's in all parts of the world. These different coloured lines are for different regions of the world. What about the state of the wetlands we haven't yet destroyed? Well, that story isn't very good either. There has been deterioration in the state of our remaining wetlands that is becoming progressively more widespread. And that is the case for not only all wetlands, which are these bars here, but also for designated wetlands of international importance, Ramsar sites, which is a particular concern. What's happening to the species that depend on wetlands? Well, not unexpectedly, given the story of pattern of loss of wetlands, populations of freshwater dependent species have declined since 1970 by 84%, according to the most recent Living Planet Index report. And that is the line here, which is a far bigger decline than for species depending on other biomes, such as terrestrial systems. In contrast, in terms of human-made wetlands, their areas have been increasing quite substantially, particularly increased areas of rice production and reservoirs. In terms of the status of wetland-dependent species, I've shown you the Living Planet Index. In Ramsar's Global Wetland Outlook, released 2 years ago, simply said wetland-dependent species are increasingly threatened with extinction. In terms of waterbirds biogeographic populations were globally in a poor and deteriorating state between the 1960s and 2000s, and that is continuing. And almost half in 2005 were assessed as decreasing in size. And long-distance migrant waterbirds seem to be the ones particularly in trouble. There is some good news. Here's the pattern, and you can see that below this bar, for migratory species on different flyways, all were in a degree of trouble, more declining than increasing. And the greatest percentage of populations declining was on the East Asia Australasia flyway, which is the bar here, your flyway. A little bit of good news, where we have some data that allows us to look at change over time between the late 20th century and the 2010s. On the East Atlantic flyway, that's Europe and Africa, a slight deterioration. Good news, an improvement in status for America's flyways. But again, worryingly for East Asia Australasia flyway, within which Korea sits, a further deterioration going on. So, given this pretty dire state of wetlands and wetland species, how can we try to improve that state and actually achieve the wise use of wetlands? Wise use is the term Ramsar uses. And that the convention defines wise use as the maintenance of their ecological character, achieved through the implementation of ecosystem approaches, importantly within the context of sustainable development. In other words, recognizing that development will occur and needs to occur, but should be sustainable. So what's this ecological character of wetlands? Well, that's defined as the combination of ecosystem components, biological components, species and so on, and physical components, the processes of nutrient cycling, soil formation, primary production, and so on. And importantly, the ecosystem services, the ecosystem benefits that characterize the wetland at a particular point in time. The important point here to recognize and understand is that this formulation adopted by Ramsar importantly includes people and how people use and benefit from the wetland. So how to achieve wise use? In 2012, Ramsar Convention adopted a framework for avoiding, mitigating and compensating for wetland losses. The framework looks slightly complicated, but it's a stepwise process of describing and monitoring the wetland, identifying potential changes, avoiding as changes, and then, if you can't avoid them, taking other steps to address that. So the first responsibility is to avoid negative change in the character of the wetland. But if change has occurred or can't be avoided in the future, the approach is to seek to mitigate, in other words, minimize that impact on the wetland. And if you can't fully mitigate that deterioration, that impact, to compensate in one way or another, which would be mostly ex situ, in other words, in other places for loss. And that is a challenging aspect of it. Where does wetland restoration come in? Well, the AMC framework sees this as a very important response to use where ecological character of wetland has changed, where a wetland has become degraded. And right now, there is a lot of attention on ecosystem restoration. We are at the start of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So wetland restoration will contribute also to achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals for wetlands. Thinking about Hwaseong Wetlands and the challenges and opportunities you have, and you're going to be discussing during this important symposium. Like many wetlands, your wetlands are important for both people and their livelihoods and for wildlife. But also, like many other wetlands, Hwaseong Wetlands face challenges: ecological degradation, increased human pressures, and changing local livelihood patterns and needs, and so on. So finding appropriate management approaches to deliver the maintenance of the wetland ecosystems, to continue to deliver their benefits to people and livelihoods, is your challenge. So how might we map out a way forwards, and what are the approaches and opportunities that you could take? Well, one step is, as you've already started doing, is to recognize the importance of the wetlands. And I congratulate Hwaseong City and the Republic of Korea for designating in 2018 your wetlands as a East Asia Australasia Flyway Partnership, Flyway Network site for the importance of migratory water birds. And that raises the recognition of the regional flyway scale importance of your wetlands. As a Flyway Network site, your wetlands also qualify for designation as a wetland of international importance, certainly qualify for that as a Ramsar site. Designation as a Ramsar site delivers a recognition of the global importance of your wetlands. And for Ramsar sites, the Ramsar Convention expects that the ecological character, the state of your wetlands will be maintained, and where appropriate, if they're degraded, restored. Important point to stress is that a wetland does not have to be pristine to be designated as a Ramsar site. It has to qualify under the various criteria, and your wetlands certainly do. I think gaining that international recognition also helps to work with you as local communities in terms of recognizing local communities as the custodians of maintaining this importance. One other very important point to make: designation as a Ramsar site does not stop people doing things within the site. The fact that the site qualifies is in part because of the way it's being looked after and managed and used by people. Nothing in designating as a Ramsar site stops local communities' livelihoods continuing to be obtained from that wetland. And procedurally, of course, much of the information needed for Ramsar designation you have already prepared in your site information sheet for the Flyway Network site. So the steps towards Ramsar designation are already there. In terms of how you might think about planning for future management options, as I've said, Korea has been a party to Ramsar since 1997. And I would commend you having a look at the Avoid, Mitigate, Compensate framework as a tool for guiding you down a route for developing the best future management approaches for each different part of your wetlands, because there are very different issues, as I understand it, in different parts of the wetland complex. Just to draw your attention to another Ramsar tool, which I think could be very useful to you, but you may not be aware of. That was in 2018, Ramsar parties adopted a rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem services tool, the RAWS, and that's available online. And I would like to thank the Republic of Korea for supporting the development and the adoption of this assessment tool, which allows you to code and identify the range of all the different wetland ecosystem services that people are benefiting from in your wetlands to inform management planning for the future. In terms of restoration options for the future, importantly, in terms of planning for the future, consider restoring areas that were formerly tidal wetlands but have been converted to reinstate their tidal flows and to recreate natural mudflats and salt marshes, perhaps focusing on what I understand is a currently ecologically degraded reclamation lake within your wetlands. What might be the benefits of such restoration? It could increase potential opportunities for local livelihoods, for example, fisheries and shell fisheries in additional tidal areas. Certainly would increase habitat for migratory water birds, for which the site is internationally important. And there are associated bird watching and recreational opportunities linked to that. Importantly, as I've already mentioned, increased carbon sequestration and storage in your wetlands, because salt marshes are being now recognized as very big carbon stores. And once you've locked carbon into the sediments of salt marshes and mudflats, it stays there. It doesn't come out again unless you destroy the place. Therefore, such tidal restoration could help contribute to reducing Korea's greenhouse gas emissions overall. Tidal wetland restoration is not easy, it's challenging because of the dynamic nature of the tidal systems. But it can be done and is being done, and there are good examples of what in the United Kingdom we call managed realignment, removal of sea walls and reinstating tidal flows to wetlands that were formerly behind these sea walls. So, for a successful future for Hwaseong Wetlands, I think you, Hwaseong City, Republic of Korea, and all of you living around and using the wetlands are to be highly commended for your inspirational efforts for your wetlands, to maintain them and enhance them. They're globally important, and you can maintain and enhance them for the mutual benefit of people and wildlife. And I think in doing this, you can show global leadership in demonstrating to everyone around the world how to deliver true wetland-wise use for the future. Thank you very much indeed for your time. have a very good symposium and a very positive and forward-looking symposium. And I look forward to joining you later. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Professor Davidson emphasized the value and importance, significance of the wetlands. Now, we know it's important, but it's very hard to really understand how important it is. So although, as you mentioned, putting a monetized value to its values may not be the optimal way to understand its values, but still, it is a staggering amount. Like having $20 trillion monetary value being attached to the wetlands is really, really big. But despite such huge values, it is still also true that the wetlands are being lost, are being damaged. And your presentation has given us a lot of insight as to how we can protect the wetlands moving forward.
Now we will go another round of the short quiz. I will show you quiz on the screen. So please text us, and we will give out the gifts only in the order of receipt. And only numerical number will be accepted, not number one or other letters. Just give us numerical number in your text. Next, we are moving on to the special session. The title is What Benefits Can Hwaseong Wetlands Offer to the Citizens? The KFEM Hwaseong has been doing the survey, training, policy proposals, and the suggestion for the designation of the protection area for wetlands with the citizens. So in this session, we are going to listen to the voices of the citizens. And for this session, a specialist, Park Hae-jung, the director of KFEM Hwaseong, will be invited as a moderator. Good morning, everyone. I am Director Park Hae-jung of KFEM Hwaseong. We are going to deal with getting the benefit of the conservation Hwaseong wetland. I'm very impressed by the word success in the previous presentation. Success means sharing the benefits with the citizens and get to know the benefits from our conservation efforts for the wetlands. That will be the topic of our special session. The local communities will be engaged, and local activities will lead the effort. The citizens and administrative community and the civil society are engaged in discussions and meetings to know the benefits of the wetlands. Based on that discussions, and we also collected opinions, what would be the wise use of wetlands? First, I am going to invite Dr. Niall Moas of the First Korea and learn what benefits will the Hwaseong wetlands conservation will be given to us. First, Dr. Niall Moas, please come forward. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I hope in the next 10 minutes or so to introduce a little bit more about the wetlands and also some of the themes of discussion. The second part of this symposium is very much based on people's questions and trying to get deeper into some of the issues. The Hwaseong Wetlands only actually became known as the Hwaseong Wetlands 2 years ago. The name became formal with the adoption of this site as an East Asian Australasian Flyway Network site. Before, the area was known as Namyang Bay. Because of the relationship between the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership and Hwaseong City, a very wonderful, productive relationship, we've been able to initiate the Hwaseong Wetlands project this year. This has included public awareness work by Hwaseong KFEM, Hwangju Undong Yunhap, and also surveys which have been, I've been able to work with Hwangju Undong Yunhap and also Mr. Jung Han Chol, who is somewhere here. Good to see you again. And these surveys we've conducted on 35 dates already since the end of June. The areas we've covered, there are 4 main types of wetlands within the Hwaseong Wetlands. This is why we have an S at the end in the English, Hwaseong Wetlands. First is the bright green area at the top, an area of rice fields, about 1,000 hectares. This is a very important area for amphibians. We found many kumkegri, golden pond frog in this area. It's also very important for foraging geese, up to something 10, 20,000 kunkirogi in autumn. Also small population of a national natural monument, Hosadryo, a greater painted snipe, are in this rice field area. A second area, that kind of purpley blue color, is the reclamation lake. This was caused by the closure of the seawall in 2002. The lake waters are quite shallow, but this is an area we found during our surveys actually to be really important for some species of waterbird. The light blue are incidentally created freshwater wetland areas, mostly reed beds, shallow ponds, and the brown area are areas of tidal flat. So we have some small area of tidal flat behind the seawall if the reclamation lake water level is kept quite low, and a more extensive tidal flat outside, Mehangri Kepul, which reaches round to Sokchon Kepul, or Kia Kepul, as we sometimes call it. Within all of these areas, all of these wetland types, our surveys have been able to confirm they are internationally important as defined by the Ramsar Convention. Professor Davidson introduced these criteria. And I think there's 2 or 3 things that are very important to say about Ramsar. Firstly, Ramsar is not anti-development. It's anti-bad development. It's pro-sustainable development. It uses water birds as for 2 of the criteria, or 3 of the criteria, for identifying internationally important wetlands, because birds are very sensitive bioindicators. They've evolved specific structures to feed in particular parts of that system. So we can use these birds, their abundance, presence, or absence, to understand more about these wetlands. Are they healthy? Are they productive? Are they diverse? Are they changing? And we can use water birds to understand these things. And in these wetlands, our surveys confirm what was known first in 1988. They are still internationally important. A large number of nationally threatened species and also globally threatened water birds. 12 globally threatened species, 11 near-threatened water bird species in only 6 months. Ramsar also has criterion for describing abundance, the more than 20,000 water bird criterion. Those wetlands that can support huge numbers of water birds are very productive naturally. The presence of these water birds lets us see that. Our surveys have already found more than 115,000 water birds in only 6 months. The Hwaseong Wetlands are not only important, they're extremely important. And we've also found, up to now, 19 species of water bird of more than 1% of population. Now, this criterion has very good value for identifying what may be the conservation priorities, what maybe should be thought of for management planning for biodiversity. And just these 3 examples here, very quickly. Pul Nompyong Ari, great crested grebe. This is a bird that nests in the freshwater area, and then in autumn uses the reclamation lake. We have found 7% of the flyway population in one area of this wetland. In the middle, Kunkirogi. Our surveys together with Pakejong Changnim, we counted over 50,000 geese. Over 50,000, all mamari. Kunburi, the Kunkirogi, more than 3만 마리, 40,000. And these birds are roosting in the reclamation lake and then flying into the rice fields to feed. Madoyo and Alokori Madoyo, 3% of the flyway population of Eurasian curlew, between 6 and 7% of the global population of Far Eastern curlew supported in this wetland. And again, these species are feeding on the tidal flats, but at high tide, they're pushed into the reclamation lake for roosting. These birds help show the connection between the different component parts of the wetland. And if you change one, you're going to lose that species. If you, for example, reclaim the tidal flat, or if you build in the rice fields, or if you do some other development, you will have negative impacts on these species. And this is because, as Professor Davidson explained, the wetland is at the heart of everything. When we talk about wise use, we're talking not about end use, we're talking about how to maintain the health of that wetland so it continues to provide services, so it continues to have high value for people and for other species. And if you manage it wisely, if you do it well, then you will be able to get many benefits that will help the city and the nation progress towards genuinely sustainable development. Please think about it. Sustainable development goals, 17 goals, 17. If you manage the wetland wisely, you can help progress in all 17 of those goals. For example, goals 14 and 15 is about biodiversity, life on land, life below water. If you manage well, you will conserve biodiversity. Climate action. Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. 2, zero hunger. Sustaining fisheries. Producing healthy rice can lead to goal 3, good health and well-being. And of course, if there is a place that people can go to understand about natural ecosystems, can understand about the seasons, can understand about water and chemical processes, then you're much more likely to be able to achieve sustainable communities as well. When we talk about Hwaseong Wetlands, it used to be Namyang Bay. What is left, this really vital part that's left, was once part of a much bigger a dynamic estuarine ecosystem. It's almost all been destroyed in the last 30 or 40 years. And with that destruction, we have already lost many water bird species, either in terms of just declining, becoming close to extinction, or we can no longer find them in Hwaseong Wetlands at all. Species like the critically endangered Nopchok Puridoyo, spoon-billed sandpiper, for example. And this is because if you reclaim tidal flats or if you use wetlands unsustainably, the water birds that depend on those wetlands cannot maintain their energy budgets, their energy balance. And for migratory birds, they have 2 main energy balances they have to maintain. One is daily. A species like Alokori Madoyo, Far Eastern curlew, feeds out on the tidal flat. It needs an undisturbed place to rest at high tide, free from human disturbance. Why? So it can put on fat to do its annual migration. This is a species that will fly non-stop, 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers all the way to Australia. This is not just about Hwaseong. This is also a priority for Australians too, for conservation. And when we look at this wetland now, this amazingly important, wonderful wetland, we can see there are many problems. The reclamation lake is not managed for biodiversity. There are people like windsurfing and wind sailing and all kinds of stuff out on the lake, disturbing the water birds. There's a lot of construction in the hinterland, Peace Park construction, but also proposal for new hotel, proposal for this, proposal for that. There's also the conversion of the area in area 7 and 8, the area which has not yet become rice fields. There's, after, in the summertime, or when was it, July, August, after heavy Jangma rain, the amount of garbage that washed up. You could have 1,000 people picking garbage all day, they'd never succeed to get rid of it. And then the experience for people visiting that area. You have at the moment to stand on a busy road to look over some small pond, and you flush the birds. You can't watch them. You can't, with your children, say to them quietly, look at this bird. What's this bird doing? It's a missed opportunity. So what we want to raise and talk about today and have people's opinions on, because this is up to Hwaseong City to decide how to go forward. But there can be small steps or big steps we can take. Small steps can include, as at Chunam, as in Cholwan, as in Suncheonman, to build a reed fence alongside the road, to put a barrier between people and birds. So when people go to the famous Pond 13, they can watch birds without disturbance. We can think of larger ideas. Professor Davidson talked about restoration. We can look at examples from inside of Korea. Top is Ulsuk restoration in Nakdong estuary. Or we can talk about examples from overseas. This is London Wetlands Centre. My brother walking into a birdwatching hide of a wetland that's been specially created for environmental education and conservation. And we can look at a range of different options. The idea of reverse reclamation, increasing tidal flow back into the reclamation lake. How about, just as a point of discussion only, how about construction of a second seawall? Second sluice gate in the seawall to allow tidal flow back into area that is not yet farmland and likely never will be farmland. If we think of the small steps and the big steps together, we think about the science behind them, then we can think of ways for increasing biodiversity, life on land, life below water. We can think of ways the wetland can work harder to store flood water or to work naturally for water pollution control. And we can think of increasing the productivity of those systems in terms of fisheries to improve human livelihood and opportunity. These are the choices that we all together need to start to discuss. I hope some of these will be things we can discuss during the course of the day. But in closing, when we talk about wise use, what we're talking about, again, is not end use. We're talking about wise use. We're talking about putting the wetland itself at the heart, at the base of the decisions that follow. If the wetland itself can be managed properly, then you can have social benefits and also economic benefits. And these can be maintained not only in the short term, but forever. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
새벽
From 5 a.m. we spent 35 days from the early hours. Based on the survey result, we made policy proposals to the Hwaseong City government, and he captured that proposals very well. He loves the Hwaseong Wetland with birds. His love is well captured in his presentation. Next.
We have conducted various activities to work with the community to support the cause. I'm going to show you a video of the Hwaseong citizens showing what kind of activities they did and what they thought about it.
This is not Alakorimadobo or Hukoridoyo, but even this morning's survey, 2 men flying at the curlews. And this will allow bird populations, insect populations, amphibian populations to recover.
그래서 그거의 해결책은 먼 길이긴 하지만 그 화학농 이런 것들을 줄이고 농부들이 지속 가능한 농업을 할 수 있도록 우리가 서포트를 해야 되는데 둘째 날에는 이제 화성 우리 공개구간 안쪽에 들어가서 하루 종일 걸을 거예요. 외국인들은 걷는 거 좋아한다고 그러더라고요.
선도 장소. 지금 우리가 이 아름다운 새를 보고 있는 이 장소를 지속 가능하게 지킬 수 있는 방법이 무엇인지, 자연을 사랑하는 그래서 새를 볼 수 있는, 계속적으로 볼 수 있는 방법이 무엇인지 정도는 한 번 정도는 생각을 해봅시다라는 그런, 이건 규칙이 아니라 이거는 당부의 말씀이고요.
바다에는 어떤 문제가 있느냐. 지금 강조제를 마음으로 해서 레퍼런스 하나가 전문가들 얘기가 30년 간다는 거거든요.
When we had our second symposium in 2019, we had no idea that year 2020 would be so challenging. Now, throughout the year, meeting with the citizens was by no means easy, going under with the COVID restrictions. But we really would like to thank everyone who took part in the preparation, in the operation of these different channels of discussions and talks. So now we'd like to move on to our second speaker. The Hwaseong Wetlands include both the 갯벌 and the wetlands. And before the reclamation began, even before that, the fishermen were at the center of the use and protection of the Hwaseong Wetlands. So we'd like to invite Mr. Choi Byung-chun, who is the chair of the Council of Chief for the South Gyeonggi Province Fisheries Cooperatives and Fishing Villages. We also have Mr. Han Gap-soo from the Maehangri, and we'd like to ask for your kind understanding that most of the fishermen are actually out in the sea working. So we only have a few people who are actually fishermen, but still we have their huge support. Yes, well, thank you. My name is Choi Byung-chun. Let me say hello to you once again. I'm the chair of the Council of Chiefs for the South Gyeonggi Province Fisheries Cooperatives and Fishing Villages. In the southern Gyeonggi area, we have Pyeongtaek, Ansan, Yeoju, and 화성city. And there are about 2,700 fishermen in the area. And of them, the Hwaseong Coastal Wetlands is the largest in terms of size in the Gyeonggi Bay. It has very rich fisheries. And as the moderator just mentioned, most of the fishermen right now at this hour, as we speak, are out in the sea harvesting the crops that the ocean has provided and the wetlands have provided for us. And because we are able to collect and fish those fisheries resources in this area, the people in the Seoul metropolitan area can enjoy the fisheries products. And we, the fishermen, were able to support the family. We are famous, this region is famous for the cultivated lava, oysters and crabs. And the fishermen take pride and joy in the fact that they are able to go out to the sea and come home with a full ship of fisheries harvested. When the environment, the ocean's environment, is damaged, then we are the first to really feel that damage. 20 to 30 years ago, we did not actually need to load the fisheries and aqua farms with seedlings because they were naturally supplied by the sea. So the ocean was like the mother, really the mother of nature, providing us with seedlings and the shells which we just needed to take care of and wait until they grew to be big enough to be collected, harvested, and sold to the markets in the metropolitan area. That was 20 to 30 years ago. The Hwaseong Wetlands we see today is quite different. It has a huge dike set up. Damyang, Asan Bay, Daeo, Seongmuk, Sihwa, and Hwaseong Dike are all set up, blocking the water flow and turning the tidal flats into dried up land. Habitats which used to be full of fisheries resources are becoming barren, and the reclamation projects have taken away the fisheries site from the fishermen. It is with great relief that despite such large-scale development, the Hwaseong Wetlands have still survived. And having experienced the damage caused by irresponsible development, we have taken measures to protect our wetlands, to protect our livelihoods at the same time. So the fishermen are very well aware of the fact that protecting the wetlands is actually the only way to support our livelihoods and the well-being of all the organisms in the area. The Gyeonggi-man area, the Gyeonggi Bay area wetlands are suffering a lot from the reckless development and the construction of dikes. We strongly believe that opening up the waterways, letting the seawater flow, is the only way to restore the nature. We urge the city government and the authorities to work with the fishermen and the local community to restore the damage that has already been done and save what is left of the wetland environment right now. We ask that financial support, more support be given, and we also hope that the Ramsar site designation will give us the trust, will be designated based on the trust that its designation is not going to simply cut off all human activities in the area, but really, as was mentioned earlier, the effective way to work together with the local communities to protect and also introduce a wiser use of the wetlands. The best use of nature is to conserve. It is not to develop. We must understand that nature has to come back to our lives. When the fishermen can enjoy clean oceans and clean tidal flats, this is when the fishermen are most happy. And I hope that I conveyed some of the strong concerns and wishes of the fishermen, local fishermen, in this regard. Thank you very much. Well, yes, indeed, the fishermen needs to be the happiest when they are out in sea, and I really think that tells it all.
Next, we will listen to our youth. What will be their perspective onto the Hwaseong Wetland? They are engaged in the survey campaign training of Hwaseong Wetlands. So let's listen to their voices about Hwaseong Wetlands.
안녕하세요. 두레자연고등학교에 재학 중인 이주희입니다.
I'm Lee Joo-hee from Dure Nature High School. Today I'm going to present our perspective about Hwaseong Wetlands. Before getting started, I would like to show the contents of the table. I will introduce Dingo and what Dingo is doing and activities we carry out. And then the Hwaseong Wetland, we saw our wetland reflection on Hwaseong Wetland, and then Hwaseong Wetland to us. First, I would like to introduce Dingo. Dingo means Dure Independence Non-Governmental Organization. This is a student club at Dure Nature High School. Dingo was founded in 2020 with the students of our high school. This is a voluntary group. We do our planning and find activities for engagement of our students, and we value the voluntary participation activities. With the various activities, we do our own activities to learn something. And despite the COVID-19, we played out a lot of activities. We reached out the isolated children, and working with the KFEM Hwaseong, we investigated and did the campaign for Hwaseong Wetlands. And for better communication, we designed the migratory bird map. And also we are preparing for the fundraising for our activities. And we listen to the classes provided by the KFEM, and we also did the field visit, learned the migratory birds we never knew before, and we grew interested in those lives. And then we share what we learned with others, and we did the school petition movement to raise the awareness. And also we discussed the benefits that we can get from the conservation activities. The dingo, we want to make the world a better place to live. And then I'm going to touch upon Hwaseong Wetlands that we saw as dingo. And we discussed what is Hwaseong Wetland for us. That is a habitat for the various living creatures, resting and staging site for migratory bird, destination for birds flying over our school, and a place with a beautiful sky, however polluted by waste, and which is under development, and it is also heart of Hwaseong. Collecting these activities, we learned the Hwaseong Wetland was bombed by the U.S. air raid in the past. So we learned the history, and then based on our learnings, we created our own UCC to communicate better the value of Hwaseong Wetland. After the bombing, the wetland was left untouched, become the habitat for the various creatures. We need your effort and love. In this video, we realize the greatness of the Hwaseong Wetland. And then I will share our reflections on the Hwaseong Wetland. Hwaseong Wetland has values as a beautiful landscape and the prevention of natural disaster, and Hwaseong Wetland work for the natural purification, and it is also a resting place for migratory birds, for endangered species, and international mother of wetlands, and it is lungs of Earth, and it is also a carbon sink to become blue carbon. So Hwaseong Wetland could be the tourist attraction and provides fish and shelter and become a resting place for us and birds. And it is a place to promote our country, Korea. It offers us various experience. Lastly, I would like to share how we accept the Hwaseong Wetland. Hwaseong Wetlands are the treasure place for us, and also it is a place so near and yet so far, so we must protect, and the place we must have a greater interest, and the place where a lot of creatures are living, and the place where we have to live together with the nature. As a dingo, we want to wider audience to know the value of Hwaseong Wetland. We need to provide resting to the Hwaseong Wetland. I hope we can work together for the Hwaseong Wetland conservation and protection. Thank you. Hwaseong City has great treasures. I believe the most precious treasure in Hwaseong Wetland is the youth who love Hwaseong Wetland. With this youth, Hwaseong City has a brighter hope for the future. Are you going to join us next year as well, right? Please give them another big round of applause.
예, 이제 배가 고프시죠? 예, 점심시간이 다가오고 있습니다. 마지막 순서입니다.
Yes, now we have the last speaker for our morning session, Mr. Lee Jun-won, the chair of the KFEM Hwasong Steering Committee. And he will be sharing with us the various opinions gathered from the Hwasong citizens through the different activities that we have conducted throughout the year. Yes, the Gyeonggi Bay is located at the center of the Yellow Sea on the Korean Peninsula. It includes the Ungjin Island, Yeonghung Island, and Gukwa Island. Along with other about 130 islands make up the area. And in 65 of those islands, we have people living, making their living at the sea. It is a rias coast where broad tidal flats are formed from sediment depositions. So you have the Han River, the Imjin River, the Namyang Stream, and Ansong Stream, all send out huge amounts of sediments out to the ocean when the rain falls. So all those sediments are deposited, forming huge tidal flats. However, since the early 1970s, various development activities began in the area, and we have built various dikes and dams. These dikes have been built up to secure or turn the tidal flats into agricultural land or industrial complexes. So you have Hyundai Steel, Dongbu Steel, Kiam Automotives, Daesan Ime Industrial Complex has come in, and all of these industrial complexes have been continued. Also, port construction continued.
우리 화성에도 전국항에 요트를 위한 항구가 마련되어 있죠.
Hwasong City also has a port specializing or accommodating yachts as well.
결국은 연안갯벌의 두께를 좌우할 수 있는 준서를 계속하고 있고 평택항
Dredging also continues so as to support the industrial activities in the area. We have continued coastal straightenings, blocking of natural water flow. And also there are power plants being built in the area. We have LNG power plants, Dangjin thermal power plant, Yeonghung thermal power plants are all built on reclaimed land. So these industrial complexes, so these reclamation projects to secure farmland, industrial complex, ports, and power plants have had an impact on the natural conditions. These activities, construction and development activities, have blocked natural water flow.
결국은 제방으로 인해서 토사입을 차단하고
And because of the dikes,
신선도를 떨어뜨려주고 호 내에는 그 퇴적물이
mud sediments could not travel from the upstream rivers down to the oceans, significantly degrading the water quality inside of the dikes. The reclamation has also resulted in coastal line straightening. The coastal lines in the area used to be about 528 kilometers in the past. But with the reclamation projects and the building of dikes, the coastal lines have straightened significantly, and the coastal lines have shortened.
해류가 조류가 직선 이동이나 수평 이동을 통해서
The tidal waves, their natural flow is also being altered because of the coastal straightening, and that has resulted in the loss of mudflats due to changes in the tidal movements. That has also led to the loss of spawning ground for the fish and shellfish. So in the breakwater area,
산란을 하고 양육을 하는데 제방으로 차단이 되니까 어족 자원이 고갈되고
with the construction of dikes, the banks, the fish and the shellfish are disappearing because their spawning ground is being impacted.
사라져가는 어패류를 좀 살펴보자면 우리 서부연안에서 많이 잡히던 민어 또 꽃게
So we are losing a variety of fish and crabs and shell products, clams that used to be caught in abundance in the western coast. So although they are technically not extinct, their harvest has dwindled, which is impacting the ecosystem and also the livelihood of the local fishing community.
지역 어민들과 농민들을 대상으로 해서 화성습지를 어떤 방향으로
So faced with these challenges, we've held numerous hearings and public debates as to how we can save the Hwaseong Wetlands. Many people have raised the need for seawater flow back into the Bay Area. So seawater circulation has been raised. The importance of seawater circulation has been raised. Opening the floodgates of the embankment is also needed. Water quality needs to be improved. Restoration of tidal flats, also as an effort to bring back or enrich the spawning ground for fish and shellfish, has been raised.
방주제 공사 당시에 약속을 했던 피해 어민들 농지 보상에 대한 부분이 완결지어져야 된다고.
And also, when the embankments were being constructed, there was talks about compensating the local fishermen for their loss of livelihood. Now that compensation has not been fully completed, so we want that to go ahead. And also with the embankments that have already been built, we feel a strong need to introduce more protective measures to control the water areas inside and outside of the embankments. We also would like to have a community of fishermen and have their voices be heard even more in the overall process of managing these areas. So what kind of recommendations can we present to restore the Hwaseong Wetlands ecosystem? Well, basically, now all players are well aware of the value and significance of the wetlands. So in order to protect the wetlands, we need, first of all, to halt any further reclamation projects. There are still reclamation projects that are planned along the many different cities along the Gyeonggi Bay area. Now, these cities actually need to form a coalition instead of Hwaseong City working alone to form a stronger coalition to protect the ecosystem in the wetland ecosystems in the area. And we also call for a full opening, a full-fledged opening of the floodgates of the embankment in order to have seawater circulation. Now we can test it with a gradual opening of the floodgates, but ultimately we feel that all of the floodgates need to be opened to allow for a full seawater circulation. Another thing that the local residents feel is important is to have a full, effective monitoring of the ecology of the coastal wetlands and environmental changes. To my knowledge, we have never had a report on how the environment has changed after the embankment has been set up, which has definitely impacted the area. Now we are seeing the reduction of seedlings of both fish and shellfish, and we need to understand why. So we really need to have full monitoring of the ecological changes that are taking place in the coastal wetlands. People depend on the benefits of the Hwaseong wetlands. We mostly engage in bare hands fishing. Many of us have also turned to tourism in the area because the overall fishing industry or fishing activity in the area is declining. If you go to the so-called the raw fish, the sashimi centers in the fishing villages, very little fish is actually caught in the area. Most of them are bought from fish aqua farms, indicating that the fishing industry is struggling. And this degradation is going to continue if we don't protect and conserve the wetlands. We have been living with the natural changes that have taken place over millennia, and we humans have been greedy enough to alter that natural state within a time span of a mere 40 to 50 years under the pretext of development and construction, economic development. I think we need to stop doing that. We need to form a stronger coalition among the different cities along the Gyeonggi Bay, because not only Hwaseong Wetlands but the Gyeonggi Bay itself altogether has to be saved and conserved, because Hwaseong Wetlands is part of the Gyeonggi Bay, and we all have a saying in its well-being. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation. We are actually preparing a Hwaseong Wetlands committee to bring all different views. So proper protection and management needs to be our goal. And to achieve that goal, we need to continuously communicate with the local community, with the fishermen, what kind of actions need to be taken, what kind of measures need to be set up. So this communication between the citizen community and the local government and the central governments need to continue. And I believe in the afternoon session, we'll have more details about that. We hope that next year we'll be able to hear more developments in this regard. Thank you very much.
네, 진행을 맡아주신 박혜정.
Thank you, Director Bakhaejong.
다시 한번 감사드립니다. 말씀해주신 것처럼 잠시
As
후에는
she said,
두 개의 세션이 2부에
in the afternoon we will have two sessions. The first session will be about how can people benefit from the conservation of Hwaseong Wetlands. We have 5 speakers for the session, and the second session will be preceded with the 7 speakers to discuss discussions to form the guidelines on the management of Hwaseong Wetlands.
2020 화성습지 국제심포지엄 개회식을
Now this brings to an end the 2020 International Symposium on the Hwaseong Wetlands. We will have a lunch break until 1 p.m.
개회식 함께 해주신 여러분들께
Thank you for joining us.
전해드리고요. 정확하게 오후 1시에 다시 찾아뵙도록
We will
하겠습니다.
reconvene
고맙습니다.
1 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
네, 여러분 점심 맛있게 드셨습니까? 제가 원래 1시에 시작하기로 예정이 되어 있었는데요.
Did you enjoy lunch? We were supposed to begin 1 o'clock actually, but due to we began our opening ceremony a little bit late, so we will start our afternoon session in about 5 minutes.
마스크 착용해 주시고요.
Please make sure you keep your masks on.
뛰어 앉아 주시길.
And also put some social distance with other people. And in about 5 minutes, we will start the afternoon session. Thank you.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Yes, welcome back. We had the opening ceremony and keynote session before lunch, and now we would like to resume our symposium with the afternoon session. We have 2 sessions in the afternoon. And the first session, we're going to talk about what benefits can we gain from the conservation of the Hwaseong Wetlands. We have 5 panelists for session 1. And in the next session, session 2, we'll discuss on how to draw the guidelines on management of the Hwaseong Wetlands with 7 panelists. Hwaseong citizens have sent us some questions, and we'd like to share those questions with you before we start.
더워지고 있다는데
Well, they say the Earth is warming up.
화성습지도 영향을 받나요?
Will the Hwaseong Wetlands be affected?
할 수 있는 일은 무엇일까요?
If so, what can we do? What were the difficulties that you experienced while setting up the community activities? How can we work to enlighten the citizens? Are there many cases where the aviation influenza is spread via the wild birds, the water birds? So these are some of the questions, some very sharp questions regarding the Hwaseong Wetlands coming from the Hwaseong citizens. So we hope we'll be able to answer some of these questions in the following sessions. As the moderator of the session 1, we have Professor Seung-Soo Jeon, director of the Eco Horizon Institute, and he has been a counselor or advisor for the Hwaseong Wetlands since 2014. So, with no further ado, I'd like to hand over the mic to our moderator. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, we have been talking about how to get the benefits of conservation of the Hwaseong Wetlands in the morning hours. And we've learned that the wetlands have invaluable significance. And we also heard from our teenagers, and they have benefited a lot from the Hwaseong Wetlands, and we learned that they actually learned a lot of joy. They gained a lot of, they had many laughs while they were protecting the Hwaseong Wetlands. In the morning session, we also learned that the conservation of wetlands has values that cannot be simply transferred into monetary values. And we saw how the Hwaseong citizens are working to conserve those resources. Now, putting a dollar value to a wetland should be seen from a slightly different perspective. So when we say that such and such monetary value is attached to the wetlands, it means it's a per annum value. So the longer we conserve, the more we conserve the wetlands, then we benefit even more. So for the past 6 months, we have been working with the local citizens in the Hwaseong area. We've had discussions, we conducted surveys, we did site visits, and we had symposiums like the one we're having right now. We also have worked with a team in Indonesia to support their survey project for the Far Eastern curlews. So now we'd like to bring everything together. So what is it in it for us? What benefits can we gain if we protect the Hwaseong wetlands? What is it in it for me, for my friends, for my child, for my parents? So we really want to have a very honest discussion. We have 5 experts joining us as panelists, and we'd like to ask them the questions that you have raised. So we have 5 speakers, starting with Mr. Ho-Yu, Director of the Nature and Ecology Policy Division at the Ministry of Environment. And we have Mr. Seong-Nam Lee, a team leader of the Ocean Ecology Restoration Team from the Marine Policy Division in Chungcheongnam-do. We also have Ms. Ji-young Chang, Chair of the Regional Marine Protected Area Centers Network, and also the Secretary General of Eco Horizon Institute. We also have Dr. Tes Mundukur, Senior Technical Officer of Wetlands International. And we have Mr. Rajil Rahidini, who is the Conservation Campaign and Project Coordinator of the EKSAN Foundation. And they'll be talking about the various topics which is laid out in your program. So we'll be asking questions to these panelists. But before that, we would like to have a 5-minute presentation of each of the panelists. We would like to first ask for your kind understanding that Dr. Tes Mundukur could not join us live because of time differences, but he will be joining us with a pre-recorded presentation. And our first 5-minute presentation will be delivered by Director Yu Ho, and he'll be talking about the Ramsar designation process and its status. He was not able to join us on site, so he will be also on video.
I'm going to cover Ramsar Wetland Cities Accreditation Scheme. This is the table of contents. The wetland cities should be close proximity to Ramsar wetlands, and local communities participate and advocate for the wetland conservation and wise use. And the foundation are found in the motions jointly presented by Korea and Tunisia in the 48th Standing Committee of COP. The purpose of the scheme is to promote the conservation and wise use, and local cooperation and international cooperation, and to increase the social economic benefits in sustainable way. Accreditation will last 6 years in validity, and after that, the re-accreditation will be determined. The scope of accreditation would cover local governments, And also there is a administrative scope for the accreditation. This is the criteria and procedure. There are 6 accreditation criteria. In satisfying these 6 criteria, those areas will be selected as the Ramsar wetland cities. This is the process of the accreditation. First, the government single out the candidate cities, and then the budgetary and administrative support will be given to the candidate cities. So first of all, we receive the application, and then assessment will be done, and then the candidate cities will be selected. And then we respond to the call for application by the Ramsar Convention. And in doing so, we have to fill out the form and submit the form to the Secretariat of Ramsar Convention scheme. And the final decision is made in the standing committee, and the result is reported to the COP. And then the cities selected will receive the certificate of accreditation. The validity of the accreditation will last for 6 years. And after the 6 years, another screening will be done for the extension. For re-accreditation, the cities can maintain its status as the Ramsar wetland cities. There are the assessment processes. After being accredited, the Ramsar cities will operate as the wetland cities. And after the assessment, there is another screening or application form for re-accreditation. In COP 13, 18 cities in 7 countries were accredited as Ramsar wetland cities. In Korea, we have Changyeong, Inje, Jeju, and Suncheon as wetland cities. These are the 18 cities of 7 countries which were designated as the Ramsar wetland cities. And at the moment, 서귀포, 고창, 서천 were accredited, selected as a candidate cities for Ramsar wetland cities, and the application forms for these 3 cities were submitted. And Gochang has wetland. Gochang actually has 2 candidate sites, but the Korean government decided to combine these 2 sites into one for application purpose. After being accredited, the government should support. The role of the government is to select the candidate cities through the committee. After the wetland cities are selected and finalized as a candidate, then the budget will be applied. 50% of the national budget will be given for the cities for operation. And on the 3rd and 5th year, operation will be assessed to determine whether to apply for the re-accreditation or not. And also the government support the public awareness improvement and promote those cities in the international society. And also the certificate and plaque and logos can be exclusively used for the wetland cities. Down the road, we will continue the support project for the accredited cities and candidate cities. The logos will be used to improve the environment friendliness of the community. and the brand will be used for the landscaping and designing. And also the wetland brand will be used for mid and long term and phased plans for development. The Ramsar wetland cities were proposed by the Korean government. So with that status, Korea will continue to explore the wetland cities and improve their international profiles. This is the information or references. This is the criteria for the Ramsar wetland. This is only put here only for your reference. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that presentation. That was a very precise summary of how the Ramsar sites will be designated and what will happen following the designation.
오늘 패널 발표 이후에 질문은 나중에
So we will be
하도록 하겠습니다.
we will have all the questions at the end after we listen to all the presentations from the panelists. Next, we will be hearing from Lee Seong-nam, who is the team leader of the Ocean Ecology Restoration Team at the Maritime Policy Division in Chungcheongnam-do. Yes, good afternoon. As was introduced, my name is Lee Seong-nam. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share with you some benefits of the reverse reclamation of the Bunam Lake. So I'd like to keep to my time limit. So starting off with what the reverse reclamation is. Now this is a fairly new concept to many people, and basically it's the restoration of estuaries and freshwater lakes degraded due to the previous reclamation projects, and this process will improve the water quality through seawater circulation and ecosystem restoration. And this will also add to the sustainable use of the area and add value to the wetlands. So if the agricultural land is, let's say, has a value of 1, then the wetlands has a value of more than 10. So there's a tenfold bigger gain or value of the wetlands. You're looking at the tidal flats in the 1970s, and in the 1980s, an embankment was constructed by Hyundai Constructions. And after the embankment was set up, the area turned into farmland since 1990s after all the desalination process was completed. So for about 37 years have passed, but continuously we've seen a deteriorating of water quality due to the stagnant water throughout those years. Right now, the water quality of the Bunam Lake is about level 6, which is unfit to be used even for agricultural or industrial purposes. We have freshwater lakes, 2 lakes in the area, and the Chungnam province has lost a total of 1 million hectares of tidal flats because of the embankment construction. So we are trying to reverse reclaim this area. So why does the need for reverse reclamation arise? Well, basically, with the urbanization, we have experienced a severe eutrophication in the lakes. So with urbanization, the population increases, which leads to increase in nutritive salts. Microalgae is created in the lakes. So if the water sees a decrease in its oxygen levels, then it means the fish or other resources in the water cannot live. So if you look at the 2019 figures, you have 4 lakes, Ganol Lake, Hwaseong Lake, Boryong Lake, and Bunam Lake, and the figures show that their water quality level is very bad. And when we have torrential rains in the summer seasons, for example, the water, the rainfall from the upstream is discharged to the lakes, the freshwater lakes, in one fall. And that causes a severe damage to the life forms in the ocean area because of too much waterfall being discharged at a very rapid or short period of time. So you can see in the picture, the image here, that the Cheonsu Bay, for example, has very blue, clean water, whereas the Bunam Lake, on the lower hand, has green water, which is caused by the green algae that is increased because of water quality deterioration. Now, because of the degraded water quality, industries are avoiding to invest in this area. This area is not fit for agricultural purposes. Therefore, residential or recreational activities are not supported. So, with all of this degraded situation in mind, we are trying to conduct a reverse reclamation of the Bunam Lake in order to improve the ecosystem and restore the Bunam Lake's environment. So water quality needs to be improved in the estuary reservoir through seawater circulation, and healthy recovery and diversity enhancement of the estuary reservoir through ecosystem restoration is also one of the objectives of the project. So this is an image of the overall construction plan or the reverse reclamation plan of the Bunam Lake. Now, it's not quite visible on the slides, but at the end, at the opening of the lake, there's an orange dot. So basically what we want to do is to have the Cheonsu Bay's seawater to move into the Bunam Lake. So to have an exchange of the seawater. The water with high nutrients is not bad in its own. So you need to have a certain adequate level of the seawater and the fresh water to interact. But if, as I said, if there's heavy rainfall and we have discharge of the fresh water coming from the upstreams at a very rapid speed in large volumes, being discharged to the open seas, then it lowers the salination level of the Cheonsu Bay area, which is not good. So in order to ease the situation, we are trying to open up the floodgates under control so that we can minimize or mitigate the impact and also promote leisure and recreational activities in the area. And also, you see like wine lines. That is an artificial island. We are going to call it the Bird Island. The Cheonsu Bay area, we have many migratory birds visiting the area. So these bird islands will be used as observatory areas for people to have better access to to observe the birds. So this, on the right, we have what the images and the explanations that was included in the press release related to the Bunam Lake reverse reclamation.
분화모 계획은 현재 기준은 2,972억 정도의 추정 예산이 들 것으로 예상하고 있습니다.
So we have a set budget of 297.2 billion Korean won, and we will continue with the feasibility studies for the projects ahead.
갯벌 기능 회복들이 있고요. 지금 이제 갯벌 면적이
We also want to recover the functions of the tidal flat through by improving the water quality, and the tidal flats that will be regained from the reclamation, the reverse reclamation project is estimated at around 1,500 hectares.
많이 문제가 된다고 말씀 많이 하시는데 저희 이제 분석한 결과는
As for the sedimentations, components of the sedimentations in the Bunam Lake,
유기물로 구성된 문제가 아니고 중금속이 있냐 없냐의 문제가 있는데
the issue that we need to be paying attention to is whether the level of heavy metals
그로 인해서 이제 분화모에 따른
is found. Concentrations of, for example, Cu or iron or these chemicals are found in the sedimentations. And the metal contents at the moment is shown in the charts.
이미지 제고화가 될 수 있을 것으로 보여지고 있습니다. 또 이를 통해서 주변 지역에 있는 성장 동력도 같이 확보할 수 있는 부분이 있고.
So the concentration of these metal contents were slightly higher than the standards, but did not surpass the management standards or the criteria. So it is seemed to be on the good side. So the reverse reclamation of the Bunam Lake will also bring in various benefits, such as supplying nutrients for the Bunam Lake to the Cheonsu Bay from seawater circulation, estuary restoration, and the environmental improvement, as well as vitalizing the use of the overall space in the Bunam Bay area. And survey results show that there's a strong citizen support for our activities. So thank you very much. Well, we had to rush everybody because we gave them a 5-minute constraint, and we ask for your kind understanding that we have to rush you so much. Now, according to the definition of the reverse reclamation as set forth by the Chungcheong Namdo, is basically restoration of estuaries and freshwater lakes that have been degraded due to a previous or existing reclamation. And the Chungnam-do's plans to reverse reclaim this area leaves us much to think about.
The next presentation is about benefits of ecotourism to community. Our speaker is Sang Ji-young, chair of the Regional Center Network of Marine Protected Area. I'm going to introduce to you the ecotourism. As Daniel was said in the morning session, we are not talking about conservation only. We advocate good development. So, in the ecotourism could be one of the examples of good development. So, when development is done with ecotourism development, it will some benefits for the communities concerned. Saemangum, Sihwa Lake, Hwaseong Lakes, they are the reclaimed lakes. And I mounted on the dikes, and I myself and with other congressmen, we prevented and avoided the further development of those areas. So if the local community choose the conservation, what benefits will be given to the community? If the benefit is not clear, then the communities are not likely to choose over development or conservation. But in the past, the paradigm was the development versus and conservation. So all the choices tend to go to the development. However, now what we have to think about is livelihood. How can we live up? So we can make wiser choice than the development and conservation. If you can envision a brighter future, then you can make a better choice, whether it is development or conservation. So the ecotourism is the responsible tourism to conserve environment and sustain the well-being of the local people. In Korea, a Natural Environment Conservation Act and Act on the Sustainable Management and Restoration of Tidal flats and adjacent areas thereof are the foundations to promote ecotourism in Korea. So the ecotourism is a venue for the education about the environment. So the tourism and education can be included in the virtuous cycle. There will be social goal and economic goal. But in ecotourism, what is important is environmental goal should be linked with the social goal. Based on that, the education, job creation, and improve the well-being of the community and pride improvement will be achieved. And income, as well as, and in doing so, the more income was expected from the ecotourism. So all in all leads to the sustainable livelihood of the concerned communities. With the Natural Environment Conservation Act, 26 areas were selected as conservation area. First, the resources are found and programs are developed. To this end, infrastructure were established by the government budget, and the raise awareness and promotional activities, all that captured in programs for ecotourism site. The case in point is Suncheon Bay. Suncheon Bay is not just an area for protection. In the past, it was developed, and the sand dredge project were conducted in the past. It became the source of regional conflict. After the long discussion, the Suncheon community decided to be sustainable in this area. So after being designated as a protection zone, then the community and all the stakeholders decided to protect this area. And after all, the hooded 2,700 hooded cranes are locking now in this area from only 78 in the 1990s. And this Suncheon Bay Conservation Project has been carried and passed down to the subsequent administrations. The thing is, everything or landscaping plans were established with the Suncheon Bay Protection Center in order to scatter through a number of tourists. The Suncheon city government decided to set up the national garden near the downtown city, so the tourists can do their tourism inside and outside of the downtown Suncheon city. My slide is not properly shown now. Okay. The biggest impact on the society or community is job creation. With the Suncheon Bay protection, now community residents know that it will create their income and jobs. So more than 7 million people found jobs from this project. With 6 million tourists visiting here, Still, there is increasing number of migratory bird species. So with more tourists, the ecosystem is also being improved. And they found the schools about to be closed, but with the Suncheon Bay development, the number of students of the schools has been increased. And all these measures benefited the community, and the city government arranged the ordinance. So all the benefits or incomes were shared with the community members through various projects, through Nori business and wetland interpreters training. And with this benefits, the local communities were benefited for more than 400 million won worth. And the total value of this Suncheon Bay project was more than 1 trillion won. Given this, we know the importance of the consistent policy implementation by the administrative offices. So the key to success was to set the protection area. So I think for the Hwaseong Wetland, the protection area designation is also important. That will be the initial foundation to set up the policy for a conversation down the road. And all the policies should be implemented with the participation of the community members. And for that, new programs have to be developed. And there's a role to be played by the civil organization. The new members, new experts have to be educated. So support for the civil society is needed. And there should be also the legal foundation and administrative foundation. The Hwaseong City government have to get support from the central government, and as well as explore the legal and administrative foundations to produce hardware and software for good development, which is ecotourism. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 아무리 짧게 해도 5분만에 하기는 어렵겠습니다.
It's too hard to finish the presentation in 5 minutes. Since we have a Q&A session, so we will cover more by taking advantage of Q&A. Ecotourism was a great case in point for the regional development. Initially, the legal measures has to be taken. Based on that, the software and hardware infrastructure have to be established. Then it will create great values from the local community. And we saw the real proof from the Suncheon Bay. So if you think about that way, then you will have a great ideas to protect and develop the Hwaseong Wetlands.
유호 과장님이라고 발표자를 소개해드렸는데요. 좀 수정을 하겠습니다.
The first presenter from the Ministry of Environment was actually Mr. Kim Song-yeon from the Nature and Ecology Policy Division and not Director Yuho. My apologies for that. Now moving on to our fourth presenter, we have Dr. Ted Mundkur joining us from the International Senior Technical Officer of the Wetlands International. He will also be joining us via a pre-recorded message due to
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Differences.
It is my great pleasure to speak to you today on the benefits of protecting waterbirds to rice farmers and local communities, and to share some of our experiences from around the world on this. My name is Tej Mundkur, and I work with Wetlands International, based in the Netherlands. The first thing we all know is that many migratory birds that come to Korea come from the Arctic in the north, where they nest in the months of May to July, and then migrate down to Korea and East Asia during August the northern winter here during the months of November to March. And then as the weather gets warmer, they migrate back to their nesting grounds in the Arctic and subarctic. The patterns of migration for different species and the timings are different, but these are the general mechanics that you see here. Once the birds arrive in an area, it's very interesting to understand how birds use an area, particularly a complex area like Hwaseong, which has an interesting mix of intertidal areas, freshwater areas, agricultural areas, marshes, and as we've seen in many other areas, geese and other birds are constantly moving on a daily basis between these different areas because they they roost in some places, they rest in those places, and they feed in other places. And for each area, it is important to understand how precisely the birds use these areas and how the usage may change during the season and between years, so as to better manage these birds. What we've realized is that water birds can provide many benefits to farmers and local communities, and I will just share some of the few examples. The first is that the feeding of water birds or waterfowl can help in weed control and pest control. This has the obvious advantage of reducing the costs of agricultural chemicals that are being used by the farmers. This happens after the crops are removed, and sometimes for some species while the crops are there. So the birds have an important role here. Additionally, because birds are feeding on vegetation such as grass and other vegetation, they produce a lot of droppings that contain nutrients, and these nutrients, when produced and dropped in the rice fields, help to add new nutrients to the rice fields and to promote energy flows. And because many of these birds are feeding outside the rice fields, they help to transport these natural fertilizers to the rice fields. We've also learned from studies in Japan, in Korea, and other parts of the world that the feeding of the water birds in the rice fields after the rice production is over, the feeding can help to remove the rice straws and help in their decomposition. And this graph here shows a dramatic decrease in the biomass or the amount of straw that was left in the field. As you can see, reduction from over 6,000 kilograms per hectare all the way down to 1,000 to 2,000. Additionally, it's important to know that for water birds that visit areas, they are very beautiful, they visit in large numbers, and children and adults are all interested to use water birds as a mechanism and a way to teach people about environmental education, as well as ecotourism opportunities for both the public in Korea as well as an international audience. Therefore, the local communities who live and depend on the wetlands can benefit from the tourists and the visitors who come to such wetlands. So where you have wetlands that are integrating fish farms or rice fields with natural wetlands, both freshwater as well as intertidal wetlands, an integrated approach of management provides very good benefits to the farmers, and therefore is a win-win situation for the farmers, for the birds, and the local communities. We've seen that using science has been important in solving some of the problems that come with increased areas that have been used for agriculture, where birds are also visiting, and disease has been one of the issues that has been on the forefront of research internationally and nationally, and there's been a lot of good guidance that's been developed. And I've had an opportunity to work with the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, and during that time we were producing a lot of good guidance, which has continued to grow over the years to look at how to manage diseases in wetlands, in areas linked to agriculture, and there are some very good documentation available to support such work. We've also seen that through the work of the Scientific Task Force on Avian Influenza and Wild Birds, this scientific task force brings together the expertise of the FAO, the Ramsar Convention, the Convention on Migratory Species, CMS, the African Eurasian Waterbird Agreement, as well as organizations like Wetlands International, Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust, BirdLife International, Eco Health Alliance, and others, bringing the best technical information available globally to support the efforts of governments to deal with avian influenza and wild birds. And one of the statements produced demonstrates quite well how we can take actions that are science-based to help deal with this issue. The first is that the statement states that it's important to conduct thorough epidemiological evaluation to determine the true source of the virus, including the possible transmission through national and international poultry trade, as well as mechanisms of transmission within domestic and wild birds. Importantly, regardless of the source of the infection, the focus on disease control should be in affected farms with the aim of minimizing the risk of disease spread to other poultry farms, as well as to wildlife and people, and to ensure that affected and nearby farms are biosecure to prevent wildlife and poultry contact. This is important because we wish to ensure that the lives and the livelihoods of the farmers are also protected. The statement also importantly talks about the need to take actions that do not kill wild birds or affect negatively the habitats of wild birds as potential disease control measures, because it's been seen that spraying of wetlands or killing of wild birds does not help to reduce the problems and may actually help to spread or increase them. So we have to be very careful here. Finally, I'd like to end with a few concluding thoughts. The first is we've learned from recent studies that Hwaseong Wetlands is clearly an internationally important wetland for water birds as well as for people, and we need to find a good balance in how to manage this area. This will require an improved understanding of the local movements, the daily movements of the birds, and how the birds use these habitats, as well as their long-term, long-distance migration movements. We understand that migratory birds can bring positive benefits to rice farmers, and we see the need to explain and understand better how this works. And therefore, we see an opportunity for testing, for example, an integrated approach to wetland management and winter rice field management by flooding the rice fields to benefit the farmers, to attract more birds to come in, to produce more droppings, to reduce the pests, and therefore produce a win-win situation for the birds, the farmers, and the local communities. We see the opportunity to use science, international experience from the FAO, from the OIE and others like Wetlands International to benefit the farmers to deal with avian influenza and other diseases in poultry farms and better manage these wetlands. And I'd like to end there and mention that if you have any questions, my email address is provided here, as well as I end with 2 websites, including that of the FAO and the East Asian Australasian Flyway partnership, where we have an avian influenza working group. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. As far as protection of the birds are concerned, the presentation talked about how protecting the birds will actually benefit the farmers as well. And also with the spread of the aviation influenza, Dr. Munkur talked about how scientific research and cooperation is needed. Now we'd like to move on to our next speaker.
Next is the Brazil. Next presenter is Raja Rahadi, Conservation Campaign and Project Coordinator of
Ragil.
XI
I am from
Foundation.
XI Foundation Indonesia.
네,
First of
저는
all, I want to
라줄입니다.
say many
XI
thanks to
파운데이션에서 일을 하고
Hwaseong City
있고요.
Government,
먼저
Hwaseong Wetlands, and
화성시
EAFP that given me
EAFP
this opportunity to share with you about our project at Pantai Cemara, Jambi. Today, I will present to you our community-based migratory waterbirds conservation project at Pantai Cemara, Jambi, Sumatra Island, Indonesia. So, our aim is to make Pantai Cemara as the community-based migratory waterbirds conservation site. Pantai Cemara itself located at Sumatra Island, precisely at Jambi province, pointed with the red arrow, and since 2018, designated as essential ecosystem area, which is the area that have high value of diversity, but located outside the protected area. Okay, so Pantai Cemara has so much potential, especially in migratory water birds. One of the most important species, which is Far Eastern curlew, stop at Pantai Cemara. Beside Far Eastern curlew, there are 30 other species identified during our survey on 2019, and 3 species recorded more than 1% of global population at Pantai Cemara, Jambi, which are great knot, spotted greenseng, and Asian towitcher. So from this result, we can more than agree that Pantai Cemara is one of the most important sites for migratory waterbirds along the flyway, especially in Indonesia. Okay, talking about our conservation activities. So we divide our conservation activities into 3 points, which are census, management habitat, community empowerment. And we try to involve local people and local community and also stakeholders in every our conservation activity. We start our conservation activity at Pantai Cemara on 2019. We start with a bird monitoring activity. We involve local people, 3 local people joining us during bird monitoring. So after this bird monitoring, we formed the local monitoring team. This local monitoring team doing monitoring by themselves, because during the bird monitoring activity, we also train them to identify and count the birds. So after the monitoring on November 2019, they did a monthly monitoring by themselves and report the result to us, and we try to evaluate the result to our follow-up conservation activities at Pantai Cemara. And after the bird monitoring, we also did a workshop for migratory water birds with stakeholders. From this workshop, we provide the commitment and recommendation to develop and manage Pantai Cemara as one of the most important sites for migratory water birds. We also invite the representative of the workshop participant to join us to visit the site and discuss with local people. This is our local team. We have Herman, Johnny, and Wahidin. These 3 people is who did a frequent monitoring for now at Pantai Cemara. Okay, this is our activity on 2020, just now. So in this activity, we are more focused to develop the ability of the local people to identify the birds and count the birds. And also we train them to do a benthic sampling with goal they can be able to keep doing the monthly monitoring and improve their ability to identify the birds. So we got more precise result from their monitoring. So we try to do an interview to the local people before why they willing to learn about migratory water birds. The most important thing they say that they think that birds is part of their homeland, so they have the responsibility to protect it, to learn about it, to know how many species present on their village, on their homeland. And they have decided to develop the village from this conservation activity. So from the interview result too, we got 5 points that from the local monitoring team that benefit them from the activity, conservation activity at Pantai Cemara. First, they get knowledge. They know basic knowledge about migratory birds, how important it is, how it's connecting the world, and why it needs to be protected. And second, they have skills to identify the bird, and they have confidence to accompany guests or people from outside their village to watch the migratory water birds. And because they joining this frequent and conservation activity, they also being passionate about migratory water birds, the species, the story, etc. And the government interest also increased. They feel they got more attention from the government. Before, Pantai Cemara is hard to access. Hard access, difficult access for water, fresh water, internet, and electricity. And currently, the government have planned to develop all of this and differs the access to all of the people of Pantai Cemara. And in the future, we have planned to make this potency to be their alternative income, like a stable alternative income. But for now, they already feel that they have alternative income beside their job, which is by monitoring and do bird monitoring. So the conclusion of our activity, we feel that community-based migratory water birds conservation program at Pantai Cemara Jambi has shown mutual benefit between local people, birds, and habitat. And this is a great way to do a conservation activity. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. 지금 라젤 리아디디님께서는
Ms. Rajiel
우리 그 화상회의에 참석해 계십니다.
is with us at the moment. So if you have any questions, she will be able to answer the questions. Now, we finished the panel discussions.
지금부터 이제 질문을 받는
Now it is time to receive the questions.
예상된 질문들도 뽑아봤고요.
And we have some expected question list. And there is questions we already received.
유튜브로 질문들이
And we also received some questions right now through the YouTube. So first, I would like to take the question from the YouTube. So answers will be welcome to the question. For wetlands conservation, there will be the closed area. Is there any rule or designated period to enter into the hidden closed area to see, to monitor birds? Who should be accompanied, and where should I ask for the monitoring activities in the closed area? Dr. Niall, can you answer?
I'm not sure I can answer that question, actually.
Good.
Yeah, as far as I understand it, if you have a designated wetland protected area, it doesn't prevent access to that area. The question that is perhaps most important is to understand how human visitors, although very well-meaning, can actually cause a lot of disturbance to species, especially to wild birds. So as far as I'm aware, there's no restriction of any kind. That is not the meaning of that protection status, but certainly guidelines are required. And if you can design within the landscape ways that can control people's access or reduce disturbance to the most sensitive sites used by species that will provide benefits all around. Thank you.
Thank you. 원칙적으로 습지
Yes, so basically, if a site is designated as a Ramsar site, it doesn't mean that the access into the area is restricted. But if it's like a World Heritage, for example, then yes, the areas will be blocked in a sense. But still, if you have certain clear purposes like scientific research, for example, then you can gain access when being accompanied by an expert. So it really depends on what exactly the protection designation level is, and then you will take actions from there. So moving on to the second question. When a site is designated as a Ramsar site, then can that serve as a kind of a tool to defend or fend off any further human development in the area? Well, being designated as a Ramsar site is indicating that it is an internationally important area. So when a site is designated, the central government will, of course, pay more attention, and they may take legal measures to further protect the area. But nonetheless, even if it is designated as an internationally protected site, such as the Ramsar site, the most strong protection of any area is foremost given or granted by the domestic protection network, such as the Wetlands Protection Act of the Republic of Korea is the strongest measure of protection. So it's always good to have both the domestic and the international recognition go hand in hand. So we have Ramsar sites, we have other sites, and by setting strong domestic law, we can protect those areas from being further developed. I have a question for EKSAI.
For raising public awareness, what will be the most important factors? Ms. Riyadin? Brazil, as a coordinator, what was the most important in raising public awareness?
The most important aspect for raising public awareness, a continuous campaign, I think, because continuous promotion and campaign is needed to raising public awareness, to make people acknowledge what is the importance of migratory waterbirds and wetland itself. I think that's the most important thing, the consistency of promoting and education and public campaign.
Of course, yes, for the monitoring activities or public awareness improvement, education, those activities are never easy. Wherever you go, it takes some time to do such activities for the public. Now we have a question through the YouTube.
Do we have any measures for preventing any further development in the area with domestic laws? Well, if you say related laws, we have the Maritime Ecosystems Act. We also have the Tidal Flat Protection Act, which has been in effect since January of 2020. So this Tidal Flat Act stipulates how we can use and at the same time protect the tidal flats. For the tidal flats, we would like to introduce a sabbatical. So you will divide the tidal flats into areas that can be, used for harvesting, used for tourism, but also protected for the sabbatical year. And also these measures are set up to protect the tidal flats and also the wetlands. So yes, we do have an act already in practice that can protect the tidal flats and wetlands from any further development. When we designate an area for Ramsar sites, when we designate a city for a slow city and so forth, all of these international recognition basically supports and promotes protection and conservation rather than development. So when we designate an area for a protected area, it basically promotes protection and conservation. We have another follow-up question related to Bunam Lake. How long will it take for the Bunam Lake water to become clean? And what are the measures to prevent any polluted water from flowing into the Bunam Lake? Well, the seawater circulation is the key element of the reverse reclamation project at the Bunam Lake. We have many aqua farms in the outside of the Bunam Lake, and when we do the reverse reclamation, we're going to do all measures necessary based on scientific studies to prevent any impact to the fishing farms, aqua farms outside of the embankment. We have referenced the Fierce Lake in the Netherlands because they have already gone through this process of protecting the fishermen and the fish farms outside in their lakes. They planned several years for the water quality recovery to take place, but to their pleasant surprise, it only actually took them like 3 months for the water quality to show visible improvement. So we are taking signals from their experiences. So yes, we will phase in a longer period to observe and monitor the process, but we know from these experiences that nature does in fact have a very powerful restoration force in its own. As we go ahead with the restoration or reverse reclamation project, our big underlying principle is that no matter all the restoration or reverse reclamation measures taking place at the Bunam Lake should not have a negative impact on the ocean waters outside of the Bunam Lake. We believe that if we do it properly, then the water discharged from the Bunam Lake through the reverse reclamation and seawater circulation is actually going to benefit the ocean seawaters as well through reduction of the metal contents and enhancement of the nutrients coming from the fresh waters. So it's natural for people to worry about polluted waters being discharged to the open seas and impacting the fisheries activities out there. But as we learn from other cases, like in the Netherlands, the Fierce Lake, for example, it actually can be managed. So in the Netherlands, the Fierce Lake case, they took 1,000 days. Well, we estimated it to take up at least 2 to 3 years for the recovery to take place, but in reality, it took actually much shorter. So we have hopes.
So about the AI, this is a question to WLI. Do you think that AI will be prevalent in the wetlands? Do you think that the human intervention restriction will be a good way to prevent AI? See, COVID and the AI would undermine the tourism of wetlands. Before getting benefit from the ecotourism, I believe that the farming or cropping of the wetlands will be first the primary measure to protect wetlands. Do you think an AI regarding prevention and what other supports could be possible for wetlands protection?
Yeah, on the subject of avian influenza, I think there needs to be several factors discussed. First is the virus itself. You know, like with coronavirus, these kinds of viruses, we have flu viruses, cold viruses circling around humans. There are also avian influenza viruses that circulate in wild bird populations. The issue is most of these avian influenza viruses are low pathogenic. They need certain conditions where birds are very densely crowded together in order to transmit, mutate, and become highly pathogenic. These are exactly the conditions provided by poultry farms. And this is why in the beginning, when FAO was looking at the issue of water birds and avian influenza, they thought, water birds are the problem. We have to do something to stop water birds, maybe even kill them because they're spreading the disease. What they actually found was water birds are, like people, can be victim of these diseases. These are diseases primarily of the poultry industry. There are cases of wild birds developing highly pathogenic avian influenza, but they tend to be very short-lived outbreaks. They don't there is not, as far as I'm aware, a single case anywhere of a wild bird infecting a human. So there is a lot of research available that can be looked at, but what we need to think of, based on the guidance provided by the Food and Agriculture Organization, is that if there is a case of avian influenza in poultry farms near to Hwaseong Wetlands, it is probably best firstly, to focus the efforts around the farm, and second, to consider human access restrictions, or at the very least, putting lime or other substances on the ground to make sure that people don't accidentally pick up some of the virus in a bird dropping on their shoe or on the tire of their car, which they can transport somewhere else. But there is no real reason why avian influenza should be a major concern going forward for the future conservation of the Hwaseong Wetlands. It's much more to do with farm security, farm management. Of course, science should be used, monitoring should be used to check wild bird populations, as is practiced here within the ROK. But at this stage, based on 10, 15 years of evidence, there really isn't a threat, and it therefore should not be a threat also to ecotourism going forward if properly managed.
우리 장정 차관님께서도 그거에 대해서 말씀해 주실 것이 있다고 해서.
Ms. Chang would like to add a few comments regarding the bare hands fishing. The Korean tidal flats, especially the preserved areas, were able to be protected because the farmers who practice bare hands fishing were actually at the forefront of such protection activities. So the fishing cooperatives and the fishing villages, they really need to get deeply involved in the tidal flat protection. We have a clean tidal flat designation written down in the law, which invites the fishing corporations and the fishing villages to take the lead in the tidal flat protection, and in return have the produce that they collect from the clean tidal flats be sold with more priority at a higher price by the government and the fisheries corporations and so forth. So there's a system in place that will promote more participation. And yes, as was mentioned, as for the aviation influenza, we need more scientific approach. We need people to be more cautious, definitely, and that we have a system in place through the efforts of many different players to promote such cooperation and participation. We have another question. Coming in, asking about what the citizens should be asking or demanding the Hwaseong City government to do more in terms of protection. And also, when we talk about the economic gains or economic values of protecting the wetlands, that's all great. But for the elderly, it's very difficult for them to see any future economic benefits down their road. So how should we approach that? The first thing that we need to do with the Hwaseong City is to have the wetlands being designated as a protected area. So to do this, you need to work with the central government. So that's the first thing that the Hwaseong City has to work on. Now, if anyone goes to an area and they, see how beautiful the area is, then the next steps become so much more easier. The Suncheon Bay, for example, has only like 15% of its coastlines being a wetlands, but because it is known for its beauty already, there seems to be this very natural protective wall already built. So that's what we need to do. We need to make sure everybody gets to see how beautiful the Hwaseong wetlands are as it is. And we have various study projects in place to decide on which areas to restore. And in those areas, if we can really bring out the natural beauty of that particular area, then the consensus for its protection will naturally follow. Now, designating an area as a protected area, for some people might not mean much, but it is actually a very powerful tool. Many of the existing protected areas had their residents doubt the effect, even the economic gain of being designated as a protected area. But as soon as the protected area was designated, and as soon as the residents start to feel that the benefits actually do good to their lives, not 10 years, 20 years down the road, but immediately, little by little, they understand why this is necessary. So I think the same can be applied to the elders in the Hwaseong area as well.
We are about the time. I have a question from a child. That as a citizen of Hwaseong City and as a child, if we protect the Hwaseong wetland, what come for us? What would be the present for us? The first answer should be collected from Dr. Niall Moos, and then one by one from our panelists. What kind of presents will be given to kids when we protect our Hwaseong wetland?
Wow, what an amazing question. What kind of present? Yeah, extremely difficult to say. Personal experience, when I was 4 years old, was when I found out about birds. It completely changed my life. Yeah. I think if you have these kinds of places, a safe place to go to meet with nature, to learn natural processes, it's a wonderful way to spend time with your friends and also with adults in a safe environment, a very healthy environment. I think that's the biggest present.
가장 좋은 답변이었던 것 같습니다. 미스 리아딘이
Thank you, Ms. Riadini.
어떻게 그 화성 습지를 지키면 어떤 선물을
So,
받을
what
수
kind of a
있을까요?
reward
어린이가
will be given to kids when the wetland is protected?
I think same with Dr. Niall. The healthy environment, especially wetland, because wetland will help you provide better quality of water, better quality of environment. So beside the beautiful of large flocks of birds that every kids can see in the future, the healthy environment will be the best reward for every kids out there, I think.
예, 감사합니다. 혹시 이성남 팀장님께서
습지를 이제 지키고 나서는
To keep the wetlands, the maintenance and management and ecosystem protection are needed. So the education and things to enjoy will be produced. When kids grow up, they will be exposed to a lot of experiences. So they can learn the values of ecosystem. Maybe they can choose their career related to the ecosystem or environment. So the wetland is well protected, then it will be a venue for the education and various experiences. So conservation and protection would lead to their diverse experience, and they can have their dreams. Maybe they develop their career related to that. The answer is too complicated. As Dr. Niall was said and Ms. Rizal said, for kids, the current happiness and future happiness will be guaranteed by the protection of wetlands. I believe the biggest reward will be the happiness at present and the future. And now I saw active participation through the YouTube, and due to the compacted time given to the discussion, you must be very hard. But I would like to bring this session to an end, although it is behind the schedule. So this is the end of the session.
Yes, thank you very much for the session 1 moderation. And the last question coming from a child from Hwaseong has really, led us to think a lot about what kind of specific presents or gifts can we bring to our citizens through the conservation and protection. In the past, we thought of in a black and white kind of a mindset. So do we develop or do we protect? But now I think in the future we need to make sure that we try to achieve both with more focus, of course, on the protection and proper management, and learn how to make the best use of the important resources that we have in our neighborhoods. Now we're going to take a 20-minute break, and while we take the break, we would like to share a video with you, introducing you to the Mundok wetlands of the
습지
DPRK.
보호구는 평안남도 문덕군의 바닷가, 조선 소해의 북부로 흘러드는 청촌강과 대룡강의 하구에 자리 잡고 있습니다. 습지 보호 활동의 일환으로 우리는 계절의 변화에 따르는 문덕 철새 습지 보호구의 변화와 철새들의 이동 과정을 구체적으로 관찰하면서 그것을 촬영기 화면에 담았습니다. 밭갈이를 하고 있는 이른 아침의 문덕벌. 우리는 여기에서 모기 활동을 벌이고 있는 300마리 정도의 개또루미를 포착했습니다. 개또루미들은 논볼과 들판, 진폴 등의 습지에서 떨어진 나달들과 벌레류를 먹고 사는 새입니다. 우리나라의 중부와 남부의 해안지대에서 겨울을 나고 아시아의 중부와 바이가르 주변에서 여름을 나는 철새인 이 갯도루미는 세계적으로 그 마리수가 줄어들고 있는 위협종 물새들 중에 하나입니다. 이곳에서 갯도루미는 전 지구적, 지역적인 마리수의 13% 이상이, 제두루미는 6% 이상이 관찰되고 있습니다. 여기는 문도군 소호 지구의 바닷가 지역입니다. 우리는 모기 활동을 하고 있는 물새들 속에서 세계적인 위기종으로 되고 있는 조새를 발견했습니다. 일명 고문뺨 조새라고도 하는 조새는 3월의 나라와 조선 소해의 섬들에서 번식하고 10월 내지 11월경에 남쪽으로 날아가는 여름새입니다. 이 새는 넓적한 부리로 감탕을 좌우로 저으면서 작은 물고기, 개, 새우 등의 모기를 먹는다고 해서 조새라고 부른다고 합니다. 부리가 넓적하고 그 끝이 밥주걱처럼 생긴 조새는 검은색의 부리와 부리 밑둥에서부터 눈오까지 검은색이 드러난 피부가 특징 쪽입니다. 조새들은 날씨가 사나워질 무렵이면 큰 소리로 울면서 무트로 날아들어 예로부터 어부들은 이 새를 보면서 날씨를 예감하곤 했다고 합니다. 세계적으로 마리수가 4천여 마리밖에 남아있지 않는 것으로 알려진 조새들이 이곳 보호구에서는 일상적으로 관찰되고 있습니다. 이 계절에 수많은 도요류 새들이 문독 철새 습지 보호구로 날아들고 있습니다. 갯도요, 검은 꼬리도요, 마도요, 안락꼬리 마도요 등 많은 도요류 새들이 관찰되었습니다. 도요류 새들은 북극권의 본식지로부터 오스트랄리아와 뉴질랜드까지 놀라울 정도의 먼 거리를 무리지어 오가는데, 그러다 나니 우리나라의 동서해안에서 4월부터 5월, 9월부터 10월 사이에 도중 휴식을 하고 날아가곤 합니다. 이것들은 내려앉아 모기 활동이나 휴식을 할 때도 보초병을 세우고 항상 주변 상태를 예리하게 살피는 것 같습니다. 얼마나 예민한지 조그마한 인기척에도 화들 놀라며 날아나는 도요새들입니다. 이 새들은 수백 미터 상공에서도 자기들에게 적합한 모기가 있는 장소를 포착하고 날아앉곤 합니다.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 잠깐 들어가서 보시고. 네. 일단 차로 들어가요.
네, 알겠습니다. 야, 이 문이 열리다니 감격적인 순간이구만. 드디어 들어간다. 제가 들어가는 이곳은 화성시에 있는 화성입니다. 2002년 방조제가 완공되어서 생긴 거대한 간척지죠. 간척지 안쪽으로는 넓은 습지가 형성되어 있고 그 덕에 매년 많은 새들이 사성을 보십니다. 다만 화성호는 현재 간척 공사가 아직 진행 중이어서 일반인 출입이 금지되어 있습니다. 제가 예전에 들어가려다가 한번 막힌 적이 있었죠.
아, 이거 못 들어가요? 새 보러 왔죠.
그래서 이번에는 화성호 관계기관의 협조하에 화성호에 들어왔습니다.
여기는 이제 민물 가마옷이 좀 많이 보이고요.
네네.
저새도 보이고.
네네. 네. 아하. 아직은 어두워서 안 보일 거예요. 지금 해가 뜨기 전인데 안 보이겠지? 아, 이 은은한 분위기가 좋아. 새벽에만 볼 수 있는 은은한. 지금 들리는 거는 개개비 소리인데 황소개구리 소리도 압도적으로 많네. 이게 다 습지야, 습지. 드론 띄워서 보여주고 싶다. 와, 목이 징그러. 아이, 목이 진짜. 아우, 야, 헤르스 습겨도 목 소리가 들려. 아, 모기 때문에 녹음 못하겠다. 근데 개개비 소리밖에 안 들리는데? 구름머리 몽둥이 소리 좀 들리고 황소개구리 소리가 되게 많이 들리고. 아, 이런 황소개구리 진짜. 이쪽에는 최소한 그래도 황소개구리 소리는 안 들리네요. 개개비 소리랑 개개비 사촌 소리, 종다리 소리. 아까부터 제가 얘기하던 개개비라고 하는 새는 지금 저기 앉았다. 우리나라에 찾아오는 여름철새인데 지금 제 주변에 있는 이런 갈대밭, 갈대 속에다가 둥지를 틀어서 새끼를 길러요. 그리고 어쩌다 개개비라는 이름이 붙은지는 다른 새들과 마찬가지로 울음소리를 들어보면 알겠죠? 하루 종일 개개개 비비비 이러고 울고 있으니까. 그래서 여름에 갈대가 있는 곳에 가면은 이 개개비 소리를 들으실 수 있을 거예요. 지금은 녹음기밖에 없어가지고 영상은 나중에 따로 찍어야겠다. 오우야, 나무 데크가 있네요. 여기서도 새소리가 많이 들리니까 계속 녹음해볼게요. 어떤 새소리가 들리나. 아, 너구리 똥이 있네요. 너구리는 이렇게 한 곳에다가 똥을 모았었어요. 지금 하얀 거는 좀 오래된 거고, 요 갈색 이거는 따끈따끈한 게 촉촉하다 아주. 저 뭐냐, 오늘 밤에 쌌나봐. 한 몇 시간 전에. 사실 여기 화성 같은 경우에는 물대새들이 번식을 많이 하는 곳이에요. 대표적으로 뭐 흰물대새, 꼬마물대새, 장대물대새. 여기가 환경도 환경이지만 사람 출입이 통제돼서 그런지 물새들이 아무튼 번식을 많이 해요. 그리고 지금 그 새들을 저희 다큐 감독님이 아마 내년에 TV에서 방영될 자연 다큐멘터리를 지금 제작 중이라 오늘 만나뵙게 될지도 모르겠네요. 계시려나? 참고로 물대새는 이런 길가에다가 그냥 대놓고 알을 낳거든요. 그래서 사실 이런 곳에 들어올 때는 굉장히 조심해야 돼요. 혹시 어미새가 길가에 주변에 서성이고 있으면은 근처에 둥지가 있을지도 모른다는 거니까 실제로 차에 밟히는 경우가 종종 일어납니다. 사람들이 모르고 지나가거든요. 이상하나? 일단 가보지 뭐. 네, 도로에 알을
가운데 지금 새제비갈매기 몸 다듬고 있잖아.
네.
걔 바로 정면에 장다리 물대새지만
흰물대새도 있고. 아, 근데 저런 도로에다가 둥지를 풀면은
애들 아슬아슬하지.
네, 그냥 차 지나가다 그냥 다 닿겠네요.
아슬아슬.
근데 이런 논에 새제비갈매기가 번식하는 건 처음 보네.
그러니까 특이하지.
네. 보통 모래해안가에다가 번식하는데
그러니까 여기가 특이한 게 재밌는 게 물대새들이 되게 종류별로 많이 오는 찾아오는 곳인데 이런 데 생각보다 이렇게 흰물대새들도 여기 번식을 많이 해. 장다리 물대새가 제일 많은데 흰물대새도 못지않게 많아.
지금 앞에 둥지가 있어가지고 새들 이렇게 쭉 돌아서 가신대. 어쨌든 저는 저대로 여기 있는 장다리 물대새? 장다리 물대새 한번 볼까? 새제비갈매기들이 한 장소에서 집단적으로 번식을 하는데 지금 이 정도 있는 건 조금 있는 거죠. 여기는 한 7쌍 정도가 논바닥에서 번식을 하고 있는. 사실 저는 새 둥지를 관찰한 적이 몇 번 없어가지고 새제비갈매기가 알을 품는 모습을 처음 보는 거긴 한데 거기에 플러스로 논바닥에서 번식을 하는 거는 이전에 사진이나 영상에서도 본 적이 없어요. 신기하네. 아마도 가마한 데가 없어서 이제 저런 데서 하는 거지. 다만 지금 접근이 용이치 않아서 그냥 멀리서만 지켜보고 있어요. 너무 탁 트여 있어서 저런 데는 가면 안 돼. 아유, 근데 저 트럭 지나가면 새 둥지 다 밟힐 것 같은데? 지금 좀. 앞에서 잠깐 얘기했던 것처럼 여기 화성호에서 방송용 제한다큐를 제작 중인 게 있어서 아쉽지만 제 유튜브에서는 많은 장면을 보여드릴 수는 없을 것 같아요. 뭐 제가 크게 기여하는 건 없지만 어쨌든 저도 참여를 하는 거라서. 아무튼 이제 화성호 출입이 자유로워졌으니 앞으로는 종종 화성호에 와서 마음껏 새들을 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이번 영상에서는 새들을 많이 못 만나봤는데 화성호가 굉장히 넓고 아직 살펴봐야 할 곳들이 많이 나와서 다음에는 좀 더 다양한 새들을 찾아서 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 와, 진짜로 진짜 너무 예쁘다. 근데 이게 진짜 아름다운 풍경 볼 때마다 너무 피곤해서 집에 가고 싶은데 발걸음을 뗄 수가 없어. 너무 예뻐. 그러면 바이.
이 갈치숲에는 개개비라든지 뱁새들이 둥지도 털고 여름에 이곳을 이용하고 또 알락거리 마도요, 거머리 물대새, 객공, 저새, 또 백로 중에 노랑부리 백로 이런 새들이 이용하는 공간이기 때문에 이 공간은 서식과 휴식과 또 중간에 어떤 에너지를 충전하는 공간입니다. 옛날에는 바다고 갯벌이었죠. 그 북쪽에 궁평항하고 매항리하고 곳이 튀어나와 있었는데 여기를 매립을 해서 화성 방조제를 만들었고 인공습지 형태로 화성의 습지가 되어 있는 거죠. 중대백로 소리가 들리네요. 번식지로서 휴식지로서 아주 중요한 가치를 가진 것입니다. 물길, 바람길, 생명의 길이 다 함께 녹아져 있기 때문에 그거를 그대로 유지한다면 다른 것들도 에너지를 충전하는 공간으로서 좋은 터가 될 수 있는 것이죠.
네, 정말 아름다운 영상이었습니다. 눈이 맑아지는 것 같아요. 저 아름다운 화성 습지를 잘 지키고
Welcome
보존해서
back.
후세에게
It has,
그대로
we've
물려줄
seen
수
some beautiful
있도록
videos of the
그래서 두
Hwaseong
번째 세션이
Wetlands,
준비되었습니다.
and we really
두
want
번째
to
세션은요,
preserve the
화성
beauty
습지
of the
관리
Hwaseong
진심
Wetlands and
교육을 위한
hand it over to
종합
our
토론의
next
시간을
generation.
갖겠습니다.
Our final
두 번째
session,
세션의
or our
좌장을
second session of the
맡으실
afternoon,
분은
we will be talking about
박석찬 이사장님이십니다. 이사장님께
how
마이크를
to
넘기도록 하겠습니다. 이사장님.
form the guidelines for the management of the Hwaseong Wetlands. And as a moderator, we have
반갑습니다.
Mr. Seok-chan Kang, Chair of the Board for the Hwaseong City Environmental Foundation. Yes, good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Kang Seok-chan. I would like to sit throughout the session with your kind understanding.
오늘 이 심포지움이 많은 분들이 이렇게 모여서
We are delighted
같이 화성어에 대한 얘기를 이렇게 나눴으면 했는데
to be here, even though we weren't able to invite as many people to the site as we initially had planned or wanted to.
아쉬운 감이 많이 있습니다. 세션 1에서는 저도 이렇게 참여해서 좀 듣다 보니까
But still, we've had some really good discussions, and during the first session, we talked about how are we going to preserve the Hwaseong Wetlands and what kind of benefits can we expect from the conservation activities. So we've heard ideas from both home and abroad. Now we'd like to focus more on the specific guidelines on the management of the Hwaseong Wetlands.
10월 달에 화성시 그러니까 재단법인 화성시 환경재단을 갖다가
The city of Hwaseong, we established a foundation in October.
화성에서 또 하나의 민관 거버넌스
And
조직으로서의
this
그 활동을
will
시작했습니다.
serve as a private public sector cooperative, collaborated foundation.
열심히 활동하도록 하겠습니다.
And so we have some really exciting plans set for us.
우리 장지영 소장님께서 그 화성원 물막이 공사 때 그 얘기를 해주셨습니다.
And
저도 이제 같이 있었었는데.
during session 1, we had Ms. Chang Ji-young talk about her experience of really fighting back development in many years ago. I'm sure you will all remember the Sihwa Lake, which has been a really big issue, not only in Korea but also internationally. We've had some very hot discussions about the Sihwa development area. Now, Sihwa was so big, and Hwaseong, which is what the Hwaseong Wetlands used to be called in the past, did not really receive that much of attention. But at the completion of the reclamation at the Hwaseong project, Ms. Chang and myself, we really protested against the closure of the embankment back then. And we actually were quite sad because we didn't receive as much attention as we wanted to back then. And it's really, I really feel that times have changed now that we are having a symposium like this dedicated to the Hwaseong Wetlands. So we have been talking a lot about the values and the significance of these wetlands in different areas. But when it comes to the actual guidelines on the management, the actual policies, there's still a much more work that needs to be done. Still, I think we are making great progress at the Hwaseong City, as we have signed an MOU with the EAFP this year, and with other institutions and organizations, and we will be implementing different actions following up in year 2021. So with that in mind, this session, we would like to have more discussions on how to come up with better guidelines on the management of the Hwaseong Wetlands. Let me start off by asking you one question. So, what do you think is a wise use of the wetlands? Well, the term use implies artificial human activity. It already embeds artificial human involvement. So how can we link the term wise with the term use by humans? I think this was mentioned earlier on in the previous presentation. But basically, it means the ecosystem's features are maintained, the wetlands are used to benefit the humans within a sustainable context, and also restoring the state of the ecosystem to a state back to its pre-development or pre-utilization should also be included. So when we say wise use and wise conservation, we shouldn't stop at just saying hands off, leave it as it is kind of approach. It needs to be also considered as a part of human activity, but try to harmonize both the usage and the protection at the same time. Okay, so with that in mind, we have three principles that we put together, and we would like to conduct 6 questions or discussions in 6 different themes. The first principle that we want to share with you is how can we maintain and improve the Hwaseong Wetlands ecological integrity. Now we talked about this we talked about this in the Ramsar Convention and the CBD discussions as well. The second principle is how do we respond to the interaction between the different elements that make up the Hwaseong Wetlands. There are biological aspects, there are chemical aspects, there are also the connections with the economic, social interactions that take place within the regional community. So all of these need to be viewed as a whole in the interaction. The third principle that we like to keep in mind is that we need to be able to define what the smart or wise use of the Hwaseong Wetlands means and how to ensure that. I mean, there could be other important principles that you can think of course, but we'd like to focus on these 3 during this session's discussion. So let's first start off with defining what the current value is of the Hwaseong Wetlands.
그 잠재성을 고려할 때 비용 편익에 대한 그 분석을 갖다 해볼
We need
수가
to
있겠습니다.
do a cost-benefit
이 비용 편익
analysis
분석을 위해서
for the usage of the Hwaseong Wetlands. What kind of elements do we need to take into consideration? So to discuss this,
질문을 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 새와
we'd like to invite Mr. Niall Moores to first start us off with the discussions of what should we take into consideration when we talk about the cost-benefit analysis for the Hwaseong Wetlands.
Thank you for another extremely difficult question. There are several ways to begin to look at this question. Firstly, we already heard from Professor Davidson a very clear listing out of the kind of main ecosystem services that are provided and their values. Any cost-benefit analysis would need to calculate those in. Anything, the potential use for ecotourism, environmental education, there's all kinds of ways to calculate those things. But I'm of a slightly different mind, if it's okay to say. We already know this wetland meets national and international benchmarks for protection. We don't need a cost-benefit analysis to tell us that. We already know it. And there are many other areas. The discussion was Namyang Bay and the seawall closure 2002. I was also here at that time. I was also at Saemangam. I was also at many other places. And we knew then and we know now, these were really extremely important places, and the reclamation has caused losses. Economically, we look at the special development zones in reclamation areas. We know they're not paying their way. We know from the loss of fisheries. We know from all of the issues that affect the countryside that the development model isn't working. So we can spend a lot of time on a cost-benefit analysis, but I would rather say let's just recognize it meets thresholds, meets benchmarks provided by the Ramsar Convention. We have, as a nation, already obligations under Ramsar, under Convention on Biological Diversity. We have goals set for us by the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Let's just progress towards them. And the financial arguments maybe can be used in support of those as needed. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 먼저 저기 사회 측에서 부탁을 해주셨던 말씀
I would like to remind you of the guideline. When you speak, please spend just 3 minutes, not more than 3 minutes. Okay, thank you, Dr. Naimos. Next, I would like to get answer from Director Park. And I heard there are a lot of local residents involved in the project. And what do you evaluate the current value of the Hwaseong Wetland?
화성습지는 대규모 간척 사업이
Hwaseong Wetland is under the reclamation project. 23.5 kilometer, the mudflats disappeared. Nevertheless, all day long, we have been talking about the threatened species. The Hwaseong Wetland is a habitat for the migratory birds, and you also saw that from the video. The value of the Hwaseong Wetland is not only with birds. The large-scale reclamation project is underway still, but the natural ecosystem or the circulation has not been broken. The proof of that is migratory birds. There is a spring of silence by the Rachel Carson. It brought up the issue of environment around the world. The birds don't sing, and people think that something is wrong with this spring. And the environmental problem was known, communicated by the book. The migratory birds is coming to the Hwaseong Wetland. That means there are still some ecosystem to sustain the environment. If we see the number of migratory birds dropping in the Hwaseong Wetland, and if there is no geese flying in, then how can he accommodate it? The ecosystem is gone and the birds are gone. Then the older ecosystem hidden in the mudflat is also gone. So if you ask me the current value of the Hwaseong Wetlands, then the value is added up by the value brought up by the individual migratory birds coming to this land. And all other wetlands are related to this Hwaseong wetland. As Dr. Moore said, ecosystem linkage. In order for us to protect that linkage, we have to do the effort because that is the value. So fishing community and the local residents community should survive of the Hwaseong wetland. So to me, the value of the Hwaseong wetland is the accumulated number of migratory birds flying into this wetland. Dr. Naimus said the designation of the protection area already proves the value of the land. And through the reclamation, the value of wetland is definitely undermined. But as Director Bach said, we still have a good reason to protect the wetland. The Hwaseong Lake is the still habitat for the migratory birds, proving that the ecosystem still is in operation. And can I move on to the next topic? Any more comments onto this question? No? Okay. Then let us move on to the next question. The next topic.
이러한 그 이해 당사자가 화성습지에 대한 이해 당사자가 누군지를 갖다 확인하고.
First, we have to figure out who are the stakeholders of the Hwaseong wetland, and we have to see also their ideas of the wetland, and how can different the stakeholders join or participate in the decision-making process. These matters definitely need our discussion. So although he is not with us at the moment, but he is connected online, we have Dr. Kim Chung-gi from KEI. What do you think of that, Dr. Kim Chung-gi? I am Kim Chung-gi from KEI. Before getting into the point, I would like to add some more comment about the value. Like others said, wetland has the greatest ecological and environmental value among other creatures' existence. As a minimum value, 6.3 billion won is held by the unit area. That is 100 times of farmland and 10 times higher than the forest. But we are changing the wetland into the farms or industrial park, which have less value than the wetland original wetlands. That is stupid. If we lost 14 square kilometer, then we lost 82 billion won per year. So I want to point out the economic value of the wetland. Those values would include tourism and the water cleaning purification function and the carbon captive feature and coastal protection service, which keep our lives and our assets and property from the natural disasters. So the economic values of this natural effect is huge that has to be known to the general public. In this regard, how to organize teams or meetings, what kind of organization would be needed should be discussed out. In doing so, the most important thing is to make people understand the greatest value of the wetlands. So transparency of information or communication is needed. So all the conservation information should be shared in a transparent way because we have a lot of falsified information and fake news. After the clear communication, and then we have to organize a counseling body. The local community, local residents should be the key players, and NGOs and external experts should be also involved to evaluate the value of Hwaseong Wetland and to establish sustainability. And all in all, they have to communicate the good value of the Hwaseong Wetland nationally.
Thank you very much for your comments. As a researcher, you've given us some figures for a better understanding on our part. 100 times than the agricultural land, and also much larger than the forest, 10 times larger than the forest, is the actual benefits or the values of these wetlands that we have. The elders in the region have always talked about how the tidal fat, the wetlands, have actually served as a very important spawning area for the crabs that are caught in the area. And the city of Hwaseong and the wetlands here are still preserving the natural coastal lines of all the different areas in the Gyeonggi Bay area. So that itself is quite encouraging. So, as was mentioned, we need to continue to promote the values of this area and the values that this area has. Now we'd like to move on to
지역 주민을 만나면서요. 저희 시민단체도 많이
Director Park again.
정부와 행정을 많이
Now we're meeting with the local residents, and the local residents are still asking for more work to be conducted by or led by the local authorities. The local residents, the fishermen, they are at the forefront of protecting the area, whereas the development of the area is led by the businesses with the backing of the government. When the embankment was first set up, the local residents were told that they will be rewarded for the losses, which is a promise that was not fully kept.
하나의 실례를 한번 들어볼게요. 저희가 작년에 아까 세제비 갈매기가 차에 치이려고 했던
Last year, we just saw
육공구 논습지에
the video clip
17쌍이 한 논에서 필지에서 번식을 했어요.
of the birds nesting in areas where there's frequent traffic. And we've had 17 couples, pairs of endangered species nestling in a certain area. And we wanted to protect those birds, and we wanted to, as we discussed protection measures with the local governments, we wanted to make sure that the owners of the farmland where these birds had, nested needed to be compensated for their losses. But we were later told that the farmers were actually put at a much disadvantage when they had to give up their private or their farmland for the purpose of protecting these birds, and they were given the most unfriendly crop of land to use for their own work. So if there's a practice like this, it's very difficult for us to come back the next year and ask the farmers to give up their land so that we can protect some birds that happen to have nested in their lands. The same goes for the black-coated cranes. If we are going to ask the farmers to leave the dropped grains for the birds that fly in, there needs to be a way to compensate these farmers fairly and squarely. Now, we always give them a very rosy picture of what they will gain by participating in such protection measures. But they already have a very sour experience of feeling that they have been duped. So if we are going to break away from this, we really need to gain back their trust so that the local residents can have their voices and their rights be protected. And the Hwaseong City government and the local and the central governments need to work together. And we need to have a committee where all these voices can gather. Even before we have the designation as a protected area for the Hwaseong Wetlands, I believe we need to have a committee set up where the Hwaseong City, the local residents, the fishermen, the farmers, citizen groups, experts really all become part of the committee and have their voices fully reflected in the process. And that, I think, is going to be the most effective way to ensure that the protection work is effective. Thank you very much. Again, we are reminded that the people most directly affected by both the development and the protection measures are the local residents, the farmers, and the fishermen. So any promise that is made out to these groups need to be kept. And in order for that to happen, we need to have a strongly committed committee where all the different interest parties join hands, share their voice, and really work together. And I think expert groups are really important. It's the expert group's opinion that really does make or break a project. And we've seen bad examples of the Four River project where the expert group all took sides with the government. So how are we going to make better use of the expert groups? We'd like to ask Neil Morse for your opinion.
Yeah, I'm not clear so much about who should be involved in the committees. I applaud the director, Park Hae-jung, for saying it should be very inclusive. What I would be really trying to encourage Hwaseong City to think about is also establishing a permanent management team, not just a committee to discuss, whether these are seconded from different parts of government, local government, or either from central government or local government, but a team of 4 or 5 people who can be responsible every single day for being at the wetland, for liaising with people, for discussing issues, for advising a committee. And there should be also, under Ramsar guidance, Article 4, as well as managers, there should be wardens, what are called rangers in some countries. We need people who can go look at the wetland and communicate this. And I think if such people were hired full-time, employed in that way, they could feed very useful information to this committee and expert groups. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다. 머스 박사님 말씀은
Thank you.
제일 중요한 부분이
Dr. Morse pointed out very critical part. Permanent operation is important that ensures consistency, which is very important for addressing this matter.
다음에는 직접적인
Next,
지역민
I would like to listen from Chairperson Choi Jin-chul of the Council of Hwaseong Lake Development. What do you think?
먼저 화성호에 대한 관심과
Thank you for the Hwaseong Lake and your consideration for the development of Hwaseong Lake.
지역 어민으로서
As a stakeholder, as a fisherman of Hwaseong Lake, I have things to say. 30 years ago, in 1991, the decision was made to reclaim the Hwaseong Lake. That was government decision. 30 years have passed, 5 months short.
그간에 화성호 문제를 접근할 때
When we approached the Hwaseong Lake matter,
그 간척 사업 하기 전에 그 어로 활동을 해서 소득을 올려서 생계를 유지하던
there were fishermen living off the Hwaseong Lake, earning money, earning income from the lake.
간척을 막지 않았을까?
And they would be regretful not to protect, not to prevent the government decision.
농사로의 전업을
Maybe they would think that if the lake was reclaimed into the land and they would do farming for a living. 30 years ago, the fishermen would not recognize the importance of the maritime business. They only think that their career is too hard, too difficult to earn money by fishing. So they would think that after reclamation project, the farmland will be distributed to them, and the government persuaded them to doing the farming. 10 years would be enough. Then 2001, the land will be yours. That was government speech. But 20 years later, but still, they don't have farming land for their income making.
경제적인 문제가 결국은 지역민들이
This
화성호에 대한 외부의 간섭을
economic difficulties made them
지자체인 화성시에조차
to
화성시에서조차
move away from outside intervention. They don't like any intervention, even from the Hwaseong City government.
생태를 뭐 복원하고 이런 얘기를 하면
Restoring ecosystem of Hwaseong Lake would sound very far to them.
생활을 해야 되는데
They want to make a living,
아직도 땅 한 평도
but they were not given any
입장에 있는 사람들은
piece of land for farming.
모든 것이 생존권이
For
가장
them,
우선될 수밖에 없는
survival
상황이니까
is the key issue
너무나 오랫동안 기다렸기 때문에
because they have waited for far too long.
그래서 저는 화성호 습지 관련된 문제에 대해서
So,
개발과 보존이
regarding Hwaseong Wetland,
바람을 가지고 있습니다.
I hope for the dual parallel, the approach of development and conservation.
결론을 내야 합니다.
but somehow the government has to be responsible for the decision they have made 30 years ago. Without keeping their words, if the land is reclaimed, and then discuss the conservation and development, it doesn't make sense at all. Past promises broken. How can they convince people to trust again for the future? To protect Hwaseong Wetlands and develop the land into a positive approach, then the people's wish should be heard and realized. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. The fact that the promise has not been fully kept for over 3 decades is becoming a big obstacle for the current project to persuade the local residents, which is quite, understandable. Having said that, we are being pressed slightly for time, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Choi Kang-won from the head of the Resource and Environment Research Group at the Rural Research Institute, Korea Rural Community Corporation. Yes, as was introduced, my name is Choi Kang-won. It's a great pleasure to be with you this afternoon. And I'm delighted that I have this opportunity to share my views on this subject. I've been thinking about what my comments should be at this panel. And I've been to the site at the wetlands number 13. And I've been going through some of the documents. I wasn't able to join you this morning in person, but I did follow the presentations online via the YouTube channel. And I first and foremost felt or shared the devotion of the Hwaseong citizens in protecting the Hwaseong wetlands, and also the progress that you have made throughout this year. I was very impressed with the project presentation of the high school students through their club Dingo. And I was very impressed by the overall achievement that the Hwaseong citizens have made in relation to the protection and management of the Hwaseong wetlands. We've had presentations by the representative from the fisheries community, and yes, there have been promises unkept, some results that have not been realized yet. But compared to the situation in some 30 or even 20 years ago, I can say that the government's overall stance has changed, and the demands of the public has also substantially changed. The values and the significance of the wetlands where the migratory birds visit has become much more known to the public. The government is also fully aware of such public demands, and that's why no new additional reclamation projects have been permitted, and we are now aspiring or aiming for a smart or wise use of the wetlands. So in many sense, I would say the environment or the conditions have changed significantly. Now, some of you shared your personal experiences of trying to stop the completion of the embankment and the closing in of the seawaters some 20 years ago. And I actually worked on the other side, proceeding with the project. But again, I feel that times have really changed. And I must say that your strong efforts have really touched the hearts of many people. And now, because of the overall change in public awareness and also the change in the government's stance, your requests or demands are viewed with much more significance compared to some 2 or 3 decades ago. So let me stop there, and then maybe I'll get another chance later on.
The project 30 years ago was the government plan back then, and the new movements were taken up by the government to set the tone for the policy implementation. And all these efforts should be rewarded. And now the road to the reward is now opened. And this is the end of the discussion for the second topic. And let us move on to the third topic. We discussed a lot about the wetlands. Now, how can we address the threats to ecological integrity? And there will be some potential threat to undermine ecological integrity of the wetlands. And how do we deal with them? So this will be the main topics for this discussion. First, I would like to ask this question to Dr. Kim Chun-gi of KEI. The threats are well known, actually. The biggest threat is the pressure for development. Moreover, this area is close to the metropolitan area, so the pressure for development will continue. How to prevent this will come from the understanding of the importance by the citizens and the local community. And then the legal and institutional regulation should set in. How can we confirm the threats? As a scientist, there's a clear answer to give. The constant monitoring will give you an answer. So it's okay to identify the known threats, and then based on the preliminary survey, we have to define the benefits to be given to the local community. For example, Ocean Health Index presented by the Nature. When the development pressure grew, then how the traditional fishing will be affected. If the excessive tourism is conducted, then that will undermine the ecosystem. So the continuity of ecotourism will not be guaranteed. So you have to show that the pressure for development would undermine the environment, and that will also degrade the benefits that the community will enjoy. So by monitoring those things, and the output should be communicated thoroughly to the stakeholders. And by doing so, we can address the threats. Lastly, not only for the Hwaseong Wetland, but also for other wetlands, I think that all the development or undermining those wetlands should disappear. Wetland has to be always protected, and the protection areas should be wider than the original wetland. So development logic should not be applied to the wetland any longer. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The threats itself, well, for the Hwaseong Wetlands, being so close to the metropolitan area seems more direct. If the Hwaseong Wetlands are preserved properly, then we can expect more visitors to visit the area. And so as for the threat factors, we need to find out what they are exactly, and then we need to monitor them. And monitoring itself is not going to be enough. We need to emphasize what kind of benefits we can gain by adopting such practices. So you mentioned that actually there should no longer be any discussions asking for the development of the wetlands. So I apologize for jumping through the comments because we are being pressed for time. As for the current value of Hwaseong Wetlands, how can we further promote the values? So what ideas do the central government and the local administration have? I have Mr. Song Wan-seop from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries joining us online, so let's hear from him. Yes, hello. We hear you loud and clear. Well, as for the protection of the wetlands, we have designated the Muan tidal flats as the protected area. And since then, we have designated over 1,321 square kilometers as a protected wetlands area. That is about 57% of the entire tidal flat areas in Korea that we have calculated. So for the scientific and systematic protection, promotion of its use needs to be kept in balance. And when that is achieved, we believe that the values and significance of the wetlands can be further enhanced. The Tidal Flat Act has been jointly developed with the Ministry of Environment, and it stipulates a more systematic management and protection for the tidal flats. And this act has some limitations for the behaviors. So artificial development activities are prohibited. You cannot bring in foreign substances to these protected areas. However, certain projects for military defense purposes or promoting the livelihood of the local residents who conduct fisheries activities within these areas are permitted, are allowed. And another act, the Tidal Flat Act, in its shortened version name, has been established as well recently and has become effective. So in conjunction with the Tidal Flat Protection Act, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Tidal Flat Act, the two acts combined is expected to fully promote and protect the tidal flats and the wetland areas. Yes, thank you very much. The two acts will guide us as to what kind of measures are allowed or not allowed within the protected areas. And these two acts working in harmony should promote better protection of the wetland areas. Can we go back to Mr. Che to maybe add some more comments on to this?
threats. So how to deal with the threats is a very important question. To confirm the value of Hwaseong Wetland, and then we have to monitor the wetlands. And where should we inform the result? We know the value is good, however, that's not enough. Where should we communicate or reflect the result? We have to find answer to this question. In my opinion, the results should be communicated and reflected in administration. For Hwaseong Wetland, the tidal flats outside the dike is taken care of by the law of governed by the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans, and inside the flat tidal flats should be reflected in the land use plan by the local authority. Threat has to be removed and values have to be maximized that way. The land use plan or development plans were confirmed 30 years ago, 20 years ago. However, the plans may change. If there are sufficient reasons, the plans can be modified and revised or updated. To my understanding, the government is planning to change or update the plan. So your monitoring results should be captured or moved by the guidelines. So you have to decide where you fit those outcomes, and then how part is also important. I think the role of the municipal government is critical. Land use, land purpose may be changed by the local authority, because the local government, which is Hwaseong City in this case, will be the channel for you to deliver your intention. This year we had a lot of discussions and the meetings with the city government, so you can use that channel. As Dr. Kim said, in order to do so, the local resident community or private public cooperation governance is important. That will be the conduit for the community people, residents, to voice out their demands to the authority.
Thank you very much for your comments. So basically, you emphasize the importance of all of these discussions being fully reflected in the administrative action set by the municipal governments, and also different views or the discussion results need to be implemented in the measures or policies performed by the municipal governments. Moving on to our fourth topic, we need to talk a little bit about the ways as to how can we enhance the current value of the Hwaseong Wetlands. So we'd like to ask Mr. Morse to share his experience of having experienced many foreign cases as to how we can enhance the current value of the Hwaseong Wetlands.
Yeah, there are very many examples, and there are just very many examples of places that have been managed better, managed more efficiently, where local communities have benefited and involved. I think I've already, however, spoken too much this meeting, so I'd like to yield my time for listening to other people's opinions, respectfully.
Yes, I think we've pressed everybody too much for time constraints. Then maybe can we ask Mr. Song Wan-sup from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries to add on to this response?
송 사무관님. 예. 이해를 증대시키기 위해서는 어떤 노력들이
Yes, what
필요한지에
measures
대해서
can
한번
we further introduce to promote, learn more about the value of Hwaseong? Well, I think, first of all, the people who are working at the front lines need to have a better understanding of the values of the Hwaseong wetlands. When the municipal governments carry out various policies related to the wetlands, they mostly stay in that position for 1 or 2 years max. So it's very difficult for them to develop expertise in properly managing the wetlands. So in order to assist the local officials working in this sector, we are trying to develop a guideline to assist them to have a better understanding of their work with the limited time they get to spend on this particular project. And also for the outside visitors who come to the area, we would like to set up more education centers or information centers so that they can have a better understanding of the Hwaseong wetlands. Yes, enlightening or increasing the awareness of the general public as well as the government officials or government person in charge who deal with the wetlands matters needs to be further promoted.
다섯 번째로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 주제가
The last topic. This is our last topic.
이익 증대에 대해서 한번 논의해 보고자
For
합니다.
the expansion of interest,
주민들이 얻을
how can we expand the maximize benefits without interfering with the ecosystem integrity? I want to listen from various angles. So first, I would like to invite
우리 안용정 친환경 농업인의 사무국장님.
Mr. An Yong-jung from Organic Farmers Korea. I am An Yong-jung representing the Organic Farmers Korea in Hwaseong. I have 3 points to make.
하나는 기후와 농업이 어떻게 연관이 있나라는 걸 간단하게 좀 말씀을 드리는.
First, I want to cover how climate is related to agriculture. Our future is uncertain when I think of climate and environment. Since June and August, we never saw the sunshine, so crops were bad and production was very low. Because crops stopped growing, they just only survived. And the agricultural fest was very serious this year. Usually, current year would be any guide to predict the future. However, it is not working out for us this year. Maybe we don't know if the same fest will appear next year or the year after. So every year we experience different fest, different insects from 2017. So when I think of climate and agriculture, our future is too bleak. That is the pain suffered by the farmers. And also the farming houses in 2018. The greenhouse produced the green cabbage. But this year we couldn't produce cabbage due to the climate change. And since we didn't have sunshine, so the crop was very bad. So a number of farming houses planted green spinach, but they couldn't produce any this year.
대해서 이제 고민을 좀 해볼 수 있겠나라는 생각을 좀
So this is
해보는데
the current situation. Then how can we cope with the future then?
그런 거를 말씀드리기 전에 이제 그 친환경
Before getting into that,
농업이 갖고 있는 철학적 뭐 기준이나 가치 이런 것들을 좀 말씀드려 보면은
I want to mention
어쨌든
some
기후 위기에
philosophical foundation for organic farming. The organic farming is at the forefront of combating climate change.
생명체들의 그 생물 다양성을 좀 지키고 있는 그런 역할을 좀 하고 있고요.
The organic farmers are also protecting biodiversity.
중심에서 벗어나서 생명이 다양하게
Rather than caught in the human-centric perspective, we want to expand our perspective to cover the nature or coexistence with the nature. That will be in line with the value sought by the people protecting wetlands. So if I can propose how to use the reclaimed lands, I hope that city government take the lead to establish organic complex. Organic agricultural complex is needed because currently the industrial park or factory plants are everywhere across the Hwaseong area. So eco-friendly farming would not be surviving in this environment. So this has to be tackled. And the Hwaseong City government talks about the sustainable farming, sustainable agriculture. In order to have that, the reclaimed land of the Hwaseong Lake should have organic complex for the green farming. This will benefit not only the farmers but also the local residents who were concerned about their food. So green production should be supported by the city government. And the benefits will follow by doing so. The soil biodiversity will be maintained because land and shores will be linked to have a synergy effect in farming practices. So I hope the city government consider the idea of establishing the green or organic complex. Organic agriculture has also to do with the economic matter. So economic support is needed for organic agriculture. Production, manufacturing, consumption should be linked circular. So the steps or phases should be prepared by the city government. If the circular loop is made, then the organic complex will play the role in this circular loop. If that realized, then I think that the benefits will be maximized for farmers and the residents.
Eco-friendly farming is really at the forefront of fighting back against climate change. And I think your comments are very relevant in that regard. And the protection of the wetlands is very closely linked to the eco-friendly farming. And by promoting a system for the logistics and the distribution or the retail of these eco-friendly products is needed. I think that was the gist of your comment. And lastly, I'd like to ask Ms. Park to maybe wrap us up.
얘기하지 않았는데요. 법적 보호 장치가 있어야 된다고 저는 생각을 합니다.
I'd like to add just one more thing to the discussions that we've already have had. We need some legal protection measures.
생태계를 보존할 수 있는 부분들에 대해서
in order to really protect the wetlands, well, within the reclamation land, the Wetlands Protection Act does not really is effective or is legally effective. So we need to have legal protection measures set up in order for us to protect the reclaimed areas in the future. In terms of how we're going to create economic benefits for the local residents, we need to zone the areas into agricultural purposes or leisure purposes, and the sabbatical areas or the sabbatical zones.
저는 화성시와 정부에 있는 농림부와 그다음에 해양수산부와 환경부 모두가 큰 역할을 한다라고 생각합니다.
I think all the relevant government agencies, the municipal government, the central government, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries all have a very important role to play in terms of protecting the Hwaseong Wetlands.
그거의 첫 걸음이 저는 809 지금 아까 13번 습지를 이야기하셨는데.
And we talked about the number 13 zone or the number 8 district. I think by going ahead with the project that is being discussed in these areas, these zones, we can set a very good example of how the local residents and the related government agencies really work together to set a very good precedent. So that's it all from me. Thank you. Yes, coming up with the legal protection measure, further promoting cooperation and true understanding through communications with the local residents is really, really very important. I apologize for nagging everyone for speeding up, citing the lack of time. Maybe someone could add one final comment. Yes, thank you, sir. In terms of the inside of the reclamation area, I'd just like to add one more point.
아까 우리 최강훈 박사님께서 정책 방향의 변화를 말씀하셨는데요.
Dr. Chair talked about the changes in the policy direction.
지금 현재 당시의 피해자, 여기서 말하는 피해자는
I'd like to talk a little bit about the victims. And for the victims, I mean people who gave up their fishing grounds because they were promised that they will be given agricultural land in return. About 30% of them have already passed away. Now, if the government continues to not keep their end of the promise for another 20 years, I would say the remaining 70% of the surviving victims should all pass away by then. Now, I bring this up because I feel that if this unkept promise is not properly dealt with by the government, I would say no matter what good measure we introduce to the area, it will be very difficult for the government to gain the support or the backing of the local residents because they've already seen that the government's promise is not kept. So I would like to once again emphasize that the government needs to keep their end of the promise in order to be able to gain more trust from the local residents. Do we have any questions from the audience? Maybe just one, if time allows. We apologize, we cannot hear the question from the floor because they're not using the microphone at the moment. We're waiting for the moderator to summarize the question when the question is finished, and then we'll proceed with interpreting.
예, 질문해 주신 거 간단하게 말씀드려보겠습니다.
Yes, let me summarize your question. Within the freshwater lakes, the soil is basically rotting. How can we mitigate the situation? I think was the gist of your question. And you are? Well, actually, maybe we could ask Dr. Kim to answer this question. I'm sorry, I don't think it's in my area of expertise for me to answer. Well, thank you very much, moderator. Yes, we'd love to receive more questions from the audience, but since this program is being sent out via YouTube as well, the questions from the audience is not going to be fully conveyed to our audience watching us at through the YouTube channel. Yes, we're sorry we only have an hour to cover this wide range of topics, obviously very close to the hearts of many people in the room and also joining us online, but we must wrap up now due to time constraints and since we have other programs following. So thank you very much for your attention, for joining us throughout session 2. Well, thank you very much, moderator. We have we've wrapped up the second session talking about how we're going to better make use of the Hwaseong Wetlands. So along with the EAFP and the we're going to have follow-up sessions with Birds Korea and KFEM of Hwaseong, with a workshop, at least 2 or 3 times workshop, to proceed with the follow-up discussions. So with further ado, we'd like to move on to our final program. Before we do the closing ceremony, we have a short video that we'd like to watch together on the signing of the MOU signing of the National Far Eastern Curlew Network.
안녕하세요. 화성시장 서철모입니다. 우리가 특별한 노력을 기울이지 않는다면 지구상에서 영원히 사라지게 될 생물들이 많습니다. 화성시의 상징새 알락꼬리 마두어도 그 중에 하나입니다. 한번 하늘에서 사라진다면
Far Eastern Curlew is one of them, and they are the most representative birds of the Hwaseong city. Once they go extinct, there's no way we can bring them back to life. So with that, I think this signing ceremony is very special. So we're going to do our best to better preserve and protect the birds. By forming this network, we will work to preserve the population of the Far Eastern Curlews. And with the Hwaseong city, the Seocheon city is also going to work hard. Yeonsu city is going to work hard, Incheon city is going to work hard, as well as the Seocheon city.
전 세계에 3만 마리뿐인
There are only 30,000 population left of the forest and curlews worldwide. And they visit us here at the Hwaseong Wetlands. And we will work together through this network to protect the Far Eastern curlews.
With this, the network formation ceremony, the National Forest and Curlew Network began with the 3 areas. Later on, the Korean Peninsula will be the pivotal role in protecting the forest and curlew. Now, in closing, I would like to invite 2 important people. First, Mr. Doug Watkins from EAAFP. Please welcome him back to the stage.
Good afternoon. Firstly, thanks to Hwaseong government for supporting the nomination of the Hwaseong Wetland as a flyway network site. This helps build the flyway network site, which now has 148 sites across the flyway. And thank you for inviting the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Secretariat to provide input into the planning for maintaining this internationally important site for migratory water birds. A wealth of information on water birds has been generated in the past year to inform management planning. With this seminar, government and the community is now better placed to develop a plan that will address the needs of the community while still maintaining the internationally important site for migratory water birds. Key issues still remain to be resolved on how to wisely use and manage this important area and to provide benefits to the local community. This meeting has expanded the community discussion about Hwaseong development. The East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Secretariat welcomes the opportunity to continue to contribute to the ongoing planning for the internationally important Hwaseong Wetlands. Thank you all very much for participating in this seminar.
네, 고맙습니다. 다음은 화성시 환경사업소 박윤환 소장님.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Park Yun-hwan from the Hwaseong City's Environmental Business Division. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 저는 환경사업부장
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Park Yun-hwan, as was introduced.
세계를 집어삼킨 코로나19로 인해 이렇게 온라인으로 진행된 2020 화성
This year's symposium was mainly held online due to constraints caused by COVID-19. And I would like to personally thank everyone for staying with us online and also offline as well.
생물들이 많이 있습니다.
So as was mentioned already, there are species that will go extinct if we don't pay more attention in taking care of them. And this symposium was put together to bring expertise, insights in how we can better protect and manage the Hwaseong Wetlands and the organisms living in this area. I hope this will serve as an opportunity to raise further awareness and interest in the protection of the Hwaseong Wetlands, and also serve as an opportunity to present Hwaseong Wetlands as a gift that we all need to cherish for the future. Thank you very much, sir. Getting the benefits of conservation was the title of this year's International Symposium on the Hwaseong Wetlands. So this is all we have prepared for the day, and we would like to extend our special appreciation to all of you who have watched us on our YouTube channel. And we definitely hope we will be able to see you offline next year with the COVID-19 under full control. So this was Yoo Si-hyun, also the Goodwill Ambassador of the Hwaseong City. So thank you very much for joining us.